Hey, hey, Chain React. How y'all doing? Woo! Everybody in here? Raise your hand, yeah? People not in here, raise your hand. Good. If you're bad at instructions, keep your hand down. Good. If you have telekinesis, raise my hand. Oh, good. All right, excellent, fantastic. Everybody excited to be here in Portland for Chain React? Yeah? Wonderful, wonderful. I'm Gant Laborde. I'm president of Infinite Red, and it's one of the three companies that have made this wonderful experience possible. And you'll see people from Infinite Red wearing these red shirts. If you need anything and they're wearing a red shirt, odds are that they probably work in Infinite Red. Go ahead and talk to them. If they just accidentally wore a red shirt today, then you should help your fellow friends. So just be ready. If you see people with red shirts, they're happy to help you out. And this is all possible because of Infinite Red, Expo, and the React Foundation coming together as co-producers to make this experience possible. And it's a wonderful opportunity because a decade ago, this room didn't exist, this community didn't exist. Infinite Red was just a little company with mobile apps, scrappy, looking at React Native saying, this might be around for 5 years. This might be something we can depend on. And you know what? We should do a conference. But the funny thing about that is when you say you're going to do a conference for the first time, you say, are speakers going to attend? Are you going to have sponsors? Are people going to even respond to something like that? And one of the great things that happens is we knew, because the way we do Infinite Red is we say we put smart people together that care, and then great things happen. We said that same formula is what's going to work for a conference. And so we got smart people, brought them all to one location, and what came out of it, we couldn't even know was going to happen. We knew that conferences were more than slides, but what we got were stories. What we got were people coming back to us year after year saying, hey, I came here when I was looking for a job. Now I'm here sponsoring with my new job. And one of the speakers today came here in 2019 saying, man, I really like this company. I like all these people. I want to be part of this community. And he's a speaker today. So what's great about it is in this age where AI is huge, you see a lot of headlines where they're saying, hey, let's have fewer people, and let's cut people rather than support them. And I think that that's what conferences are against, because we all know in our hearts, the way this really works, the way AI works, is it not data centers, it's not data, it's not water, it's not a bunch of algorithms. The secret formula that makes all these innovations happen has always been the same thing that makes communities happen and the same thing that makes this happen. It's people. It's you all here pushing it forward, choosing what the future is going to look like, talking to each other. The best thing, even though virtually people will be joining us, thousands of people from around the world, but in this room and through that virtual connection, you'll be talking to the people who are scoping what the next decade looks like. And so I really love the brand mark of Chain React because you have the atom. You have this one essential piece, and that's the React Native logo. That's the React logo. But here at Chain React, we have that stronger bond. It's the coming together of these ideas and of the people. That's where the molecule, that's where the actual action happens. So after this conference is done, in the next 48 hours, when everything's said and done, it'll be gone. But the career changes, the decisions, the stories will live on through each and every one of us. And that's why we keep putting this conference on. That's why we keep inviting you here. That's why we bring everybody together. Because we've known over the past decade that this is how it really works. So with that, y'all ready to Chain React? All right.
He's starting already. How y'all doing? All right, this is going to be all day? Just checking. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Portland, and welcome to Chain React. It was Gantt. I understand. Let's make noise like you really, really are happy to see a person. All right? I make fun of it. I'm going to get this out of the way. He's an amazing young man, also from New Orleans. Where are my Louisianians? Waving don't help, but there's a light in my face. I can't see you. We got some Lafayettians in here? Make some noise, Lafayette. That's all we brought. All right. My name is Kenneth LaFrance. If you've been with us, you know, first of all, we got to get this out of the way. Are my shoes shoeing today? I got to. If I'm coming to Portland or if I'm doing it, I got to do some shoes. So as long as y'all happy with the shoes, we good, Chris? All righty. All righty. We're going to have a great time. You're going to learn a lot. What I do want you to do, though, before we even get into the nuts and bolts of it, get on the phone, chat with your partners. Y'all got partners. This is a great event. This is a great city, right? If they can't come this year, or if they're, let's say they're in a neighborhood, let them know. Contact Gantt so we can maybe get them in there tomorrow. But next year, we want this place filled with all of these people. I ain't going to call y'all nerds yet. It's going to happen. Just so you know, I'm a math teacher, and my degree is in physics, so this is one of the few times I'm going to get a chance to call somebody else a nerd. So I'm having fun with that. But talk to your partners, bring them in here. We're going to have gangs of fun. I even have some stuff that I brought from New Orleans as prizes for people who get New Orleans questions right. So we'll take care of that. All righty, so let's first get going with our sponsors. Boom! Thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors, Expo, Infinite Red, React Foundation, Amazon, Runway, Code Rabbit, Revenue Cat, Software Mention, Maestro, Code Magic, This Dot Labs, Call Stock. Oh my goodness. Is that Cascadia? Who's here from Cascadia? Where are y'all? Where are the Cascadia people? So y'all just ain't even said nobody. All right, that's why I ain't gonna say your name right now. Cascadia, JS, Native Weekly, thank you. The React Native Rewind, and This Week in React. Thank y'all so much. Make noise, go see the tables, talk to the people, sign up for their stuff. There's some great giveaways, all right? We also have captioning. Ooh. So I'm gonna move out the way so you can take your cellular devices out. If you'd like to caption, all right, you can go ahead on and get that code up there. Look at him, he's actually doing it. You got to understand, I'm a teacher. I'm not used to people doing what I ask them to do. So this is kind of exciting for me. All righty. Now, here's the part that we have to talk about. And what I love is we never have to worry about this. Code of contact. All right? Code of conduct. This is going to say fancy stuff. This is my version. Act right. Just act right. Talk to each other with respect and decency and kindness, even if your name is Chris. It doesn't matter, right? So even if Chris is a little out of control, right, you can talk to him kindly and remind him this is a safe space, this is wonderful, this is kindness. If you have a problem, right, if Chris has cornered you and wants to tell you everything about Detroit, and you get a little sick of it, you can actually go to our little site that says, can somebody get Chris out my face, please? But other than that, right, just treat each other with decency and kindness. This is the great part. I'm not dealing with students anymore. You guys are adults. You're awesome. Now, this is fun. The cards. Why would you use his? All right. All the speakers, some of the Infinite Red nerdlings, all of the sponsors, they have cards. I have cards, right? They're cool. Mine are special. What you want to do is you want to collect them, right? You want to collect as many as possible. Now, some people will be Jerkosaurus Rexes about it. They'll make it difficult. Some people will be easy. Here, I'm going to give them all out. You got to find out. But just collect them. Some of them are really cool, and some of them are Gantt. So, what did you write? New Orleans doesn't quit, cannot be removed from the battlefield by flood, corruption, or any strong force of restart. Dog at it. I don't know what he's talking about. All right. So make sure that these are really cool. They came out amazing. So we want to make sure that we have that. There's a limited supply. I think everybody has a certain amount. So make sure that you talk to every speaker, everybody with a red shirt. Some of those have them. Red shirts, do y'all all have them? Where are my red shirts? Y'all got them? Thumbs up? All right, cool. All righty, so we'll have that. Let's talk about our potty breaks. Bathrooms, this floor and second floor, they're on one side. Don't all try to go at once, right? Kind of read the room and see what we've got. Also, this is going to be cool. Photographer. Hey, bruh, how you doing? What's your name? Andrew is going to try to get a group picture, right, Andrew? Yes. Where do you want them, Andrew? We're going to do that at the beginning of the afternoon break, all right? So we're going to get that, and Mr. Andrew will take care of you. Mr. Andrew, you are shooting with a Sony, right? Yeah. All right, so we're going to assume the pictures won't come out right. Canon in the house, what? Any Canon shooters? Thank you. Any Sony shooters? Shut up. All right. Care about your raggedy camera? Your video is so much better. Shut up. Today, afterwards, we're going to have our after party at the Cambria Hotel lobby. It's a short walk. Here's what you're going to do. You see the cool arrows we made for y'all? Well, that's cool, right? Undo those, right? So this is hard. You see where they was pointing? Go to where they're not pointing, and you'll get back to the hotel. All right, so and he's thinking about it. Hold on, that works. So we're going to be there about 6:15. Plenty of drinks, meaning soda pop. We're only doing soda. No, I'm not lying. I don't know what they have. And plenty of bites. We also have something cool. We have the hot swap table. I think that's upstairs. You can switch out stickers. But here's the part that I really like. Question: do we have anybody who owns their own company? They're all fancy. You got some fancy owners around here? Just, you own your own company, bro? All right, what's the name of it? I'm sorry, what? Purple Rent? Oh, Ren. Oh, okay. Damn, kind of specific. All right. Ren like the bird. All right. Purple Ren Digital. Right. See, we got movers and shakers over here. That brother might be looking for somebody to work for his company. You hiring, ain't you? He is. So what you need to do is go up to our Got a Job, Get a Job, which is up there, and you'll say, hey, I'm a front-end developer. I don't know what any of this means. I've never learned your crazy lingo, but you put that up there, and he would say, hey, I'm looking for a front-end developer. So make sure you do that, make contacts, because really this is a huge part. You never know, your next big-time job may be waiting up at that table, so please take a chance to go up there. All right, food. Don't be bringing no food up in these people's place. This is nice. You see how nice it is? Did you see any trash on the floor? That's right. This is a lovely place. Don't be bringing your nasty food in here. Leave the food outside where it's delicious. Outside delicious, inside is nasty, right? You can bring drinks in, but make sure they're covered. They're very clear. It's covered drinks, all right? So we've got everything under control. I'm going to ask this like I asked my class. Does anybody have any questions? No, absolutely not. Oh, what do you want? Oh, the Wi-Fi. All we still looking at is Gantt. Okay, you know what? I know it, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to go to each and every last one of y'all individually, and I'm going to whisper it to you. But don't give it to Chris. Do we have the Wi-Fi? Thank you. It's on the signs in the lobby, you lazy. If you read, they're in the lobby, bro. Did you read any of them in the lobby? Of course not. They're in the lobby on the signs. It tells you what you need to do and, to log in and get some delicious Wi-Fi. Other than him, any questions? Anybody? All righty. So, are y'all ready to rock and roll and learn? My brother ready? He in the back? We got it? Oh, he's cool? There he is. All right. So, Charlie's pretty cool. He's from Pittsburgh. Y'all ain't gonna clap for that? There you go. Charlie's from Pittsburgh. He's a Steelers fan, and he is a dog person, right? But what he wanted us to know is that he is a video game player, and it's StarCraft 2. I told him 1 and 3 are garbage. It's 2, right? Where are my StarCraft 2 players? Man, you got to get out your mama basement, bro. Stop playing video games. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make a whole lot of noise for Charlie Cheever.
Hey everybody, it's awesome to be here. I really, really love this community. There's so many friendly faces I've already seen here, and so many other people I'm excited to meet. Thank you all for coming out and hanging out with us here. And thanks to everyone who's helped host this conference, Infinite Red, all the sponsors, and everyone working on it. I'm Charlie, like Ken said, and I'm going to talk to you today a little bit about what's going on with software development, what's changing, what's staying the same with building apps, and then what's going on with the Expo project and how we're going to fit into that. So the elephant in the room is just this is the craziest time in my lifetime of writing software. Everything is just changing in terms of, a year ago, I gave a talk and I mentioned in one slide that a friend of mine had built a piece of software that let you check into her office, just sort of signing a waiver and things like that. A really simple, super simple thing. And she had built it all in an AI tool called Bolt. I sort of glossed over the fact that I had to spend 45 minutes in VS Code debugging it just to get this super basic sign-in app working. But it was sort of a neat party trick, but it didn't really feel like a huge tidal wave was coming. But if you look today, probably everyone in this room is writing most of their code with AI. And I think the question of the week this week has basically become, not are we going to write code with AI, but just do we even need to review our code, or should we even be looking at the code that AI is writing for us? That's how far things have come in just a few months since then. And I actually have a pretty strong stance on this after thinking a lot about it. And what I see out in the discourse is a lot of sort of, this is a spectrum, you can see both sides of it, and here's something that's sort of on the I read the code side. Mitchell Hashimoto is one of the great programmers and business builders of our time, who built Ghosty and HashiCorp and lots of things. Was talking about Fable versus GPT 5.5 on XHigh and those things. And someone asked him well, how do you know all this stuff? How do you know that this model is like this and that model is like that? And he just said, I read all the code. And he's blogged about this as well. And I think that's kind of a reasonable position today, but we're pretty rapidly approaching the point where it's not going to be that helpful. I made this little chart that's sort of how I see things, where the dotted line is where I think we are today. And fully agentic coding is just going to keep getting better and better and better. And if you get involved as a human, that's going to get better too, but just not at the same rate. And I think it's just not going to make sense for humans to be involved for a few reasons. The most obvious reason is just that these models are getting so much better so quickly. And I just talked about how a year ago, even a simple check-in app couldn't be completely built with AI. I had to go get involved in VS Code and whatnot. And then last November, we saw a big leap forward. I know Brent on the Expo team went from being a total AI hater to pretty much overnight after he built a guitar pedal extension on a weekend by one-shotting it. He just became converted. But sometime around Thanksgiving last year, a lot of people just started to sort of see the light. But then when Fable and GPT 5.6 came out, a lot of things that were just really, really hard started to become possible and tractable and stuff like that. And imagine the next model wave and the next one after that. Like, the direction of this stuff is it's really going. And this is, there's an essay called The Bitter Lesson by this guy, Rich Sutton, who's thought about AI stuff for many, many years. And he's basically saying, like, the lesson we learn over and over again with AI stuff is that, like, people think that humans have something special to bring to the table. And one example he gives is the lesson of chess, where at first people tried to teach chess engines all kinds of openings and use techniques that humans use for playing chess and program that into the chess engines. But then it turned out over time that you don't really need to do any of that at all. You just need to have the chess engines like play a bazillion games against themselves and against humans, and then they just learn how to do it through these sort of opaque, complicated processes that we can't even really understand because they're complicated. And that just happens over and over and over again. And he wrote this essay in, I think, 2017. And we're sort of seeing it play out now in coding. And so I think, like, going back to the question of the week, that's sort of like, should you be reading your code and reviewing it and stuff like that? When I talk to people on the Expo team, I talk to people at other companies, startups, et cetera, the biggest thing I hear about what bottleneck is slowing them down from launching tons of software now that they can write code so quickly is the code review process. And humans taking time to code review stuff is becoming a real problem and bottleneck. Where I hear over and over again that the senior engineers on all these teams are under incredible stress with a 37 PR queue that everyone's waiting on them to review and make sure are okay to get them out in production because code is getting written so fast, and the people who are sort of gatekeeping and protecting the quality of the code base are really under duress. And I just think that's unsustainable. And basically, like, the only way to move forward at the speed that AI is bringing us is to get humans out of the loop there. The third reason I think this is maybe illustrated by these airplane parts. The one on the right was designed by humans. It's totally reasonable. And if you looked at it, you'd say, that looks like if you knew anything about airline brackets, I guess, which I don't really, to be perfectly honest. But it looks totally reasonable. And if you show that to, a teacher, they'd probably say, that looks pretty good. And it would sort of pass for view. But if you showed the one on the left, somebody would probably be like, what the heck is this? What are all these weird shapes? Why did you make this decision? And you wouldn't be able to answer it, really, if you were human, probably. But it actually turns out to be lighter and stronger and just generally a better part for the same thing. And it was designed by some sort of machine trying a million combinations and measuring all of them in a simulator. And so I think, like, the kind of code that we're going to need to write that's going to be the best code won't actually necessarily look like really good code to humans going forward. And so it's going to be harder and harder for humans to do a really, really good job of reviewing stuff. A related idea, which is the sort of fourth point in my the point I'm trying to make here, is that I think humans and AI agents are actually pretty similar in a lot of ways. Like, when you learn the concept of like a context window, you can sort of start to see that in human beings around you. Like, if you overload somebody with just too much stuff on their plate, they start to drop balls because their context window gets blown, et cetera. And when you look at, if you use one of these open weight models and you peek into the reasoning that it's doing, it often sounds sort of like a crazy person just thinking to itself or talking out loud, very much like a human. But they're also not exactly the same. Like, they're really good at certain things that humans wouldn't have the patience for. They're really bad at certain things that are sort of uniquely human and stuff like that. And so the kinds of code that they like to write and they like to reason about and they're good at is really different. And so I remember when the Codex harness from OpenAI came out. At first they'd written it in TypeScript, but they made a decision about 18 months ago or a year ago to rewrite it completely in Rust. And at the time, I thought that was a little bit weird because Rust is sort of, for humans, really hard to write in. It takes a long time. It's very slow going. In my experience, there's maybe like 0.1% of all programmers actually are good at writing Rust, and even they like take forever to do it. And it's really taxing to reason about. But it's actually really good for AI agents to reason about because it moves all the complexity of stuff up to code writing time when they're doing their hard thinking, and it moves it away from the time when you're evaluating stuff. And so an AI agent writing Rust can head off a whole bunch of mistakes while it's writing the code that then it doesn't have to compile and build and check and stuff like that, which is fairly cheap for a human to do, but pretty expensive for AIs to do, because taking a screenshot is expensive to process, doing a build is expensive to do, et cetera. And so now it sort of makes sense that the Codex harnesses 1 million lines of Rust, basically, which no human could really write in any reasonable way over the course of a year. But AI agents don't have much trouble with it all. So that's like another example of sort of how the kinds of code that we're going to want to write going forward as AI agents take over move further and further away from the kinds of stuff that humans, frankly, really want to be involved in. The final point that I think most of these other 4 points you could probably find someone else with this point of view, but I think as somebody who's working on developer tools and has been working on them for a while, I want to add one more idea into the mix that I think like puts the nail in the coffin on sort of humans in the code. And as I've been working on developer tools over the last few months, I've started to use this technique I call writing diaries. And I think a lot of other people are sort of independently discovering this as well. I know Philippe on our team is telling me something about this. But like whenever I'm working on a tool, when I used to build tools for humans, I would try to imagine what it was like to be a developer. Imagine someone who wasn't that experienced. Imagine someone who's coming over from using PHP. Imagine someone who didn't know React that well. Imagine someone who's in a big hurry. Imagine someone who's really, really careful, and try to put myself in all those people's shoes and try to make something that would work for all those different kinds of people pretty well. And also just try to make something that really worked for myself really well. And introspect. And I think I'm reasonably good at that, and people who work on developer tools in general are pretty good at that. But it's not perfect, and it's like kind of sometimes you just miss. You imagine what somebody else's experience is like, and later you realize you got it wrong, and things like that. And so what you do is you put a tool out there, and you kind of hope that people use it, and then you hope they post in your Discord or post on Reddit, and you can read some feedback in the subreddit. But even then, they're not usually like using, say, React Native and then building the same thing in Flutter and the same thing in SwiftUI all at the same time and comparing all those things and stuff like that. And if they are, like, it's really rare and it's really, really valuable, but it's really rare. And so what's crazy when you're trying to build tools for agents, though, is that you can do 4 times a day. You can say, hey, agents, use this tool and everything else that's similar to it and build 7 different apps that all are a little bit different and work it out in different ways, and then keep a diary of your whole experience and what are the problems that you run into, what costs you a bunch of tokens that you didn't need to use, what takes a bunch of time, what was just sort of hard to reason about, and then give me a list of feedback about my tool and what's wrong with it and what can make it better. And you can just repeat that process over and over and over again so much faster and so many more times than you can when building tools for humans. And so I think more and more and more, the stuff that we're building will actually be possible to reach a much higher level of quality in some sense for meeting the needs of agents. And so what does this mean in terms of how this changes everything? I think that like today, we're basically doing a lot of prompting. Like you and I probably sit down with Claude or Codex or maybe OpenCode or Pi and Kimi 3 or something like that, and we sort of type in, hey, like, I want to make progress on this idea. Can you, talk to me about this and maybe write a PR that would fix this problem with the software system I'm working on. And you type that in, and then you wait for the thing to come back, and then you maybe give it some feedback or steer it in some ways. But I actually think that like that's going to kind of go away over time and be replaced by a new set of workflows. I don't know exactly what it'll be like because we're still figuring this out on the fly. But I think I've thought about it a lot, and I think there's going to be sort of 4 key components in the way that we build software. One will be sort of foundational documents. These are the picture of some stone tablets, but it could be like the Constitution of the United States, the Bible, the sort of spec of your thing, whatever that is, that sort of defines like this is what this is. And somebody else could take that and run an AI against it or have humans write code against that and probably come up with something ballpark similar. But they're kind of the core principles and decisions that you've made about what you're trying to do and things like that. Second is just like bugs and issues that don't need to be part of the like core foundation of what you are, but like, oh, this is just a little bit too bright, or this looks wrong, this text is overlapping this image and can't be read, that kind of stuff. And I think those things actually won't even necessarily be mostly filed by human beings anymore. You'll probably feed your error logs from your servers and Sentry capturing client errors into something, and then you'll gather feedback from users on a feedback form on a website, have AI ingested, and just create tickets, and then something will just go off and fix them every day. Because like, why would you have bugs sitting around if there's someone, if you can just spin up an AI agent to fix it? Prompting won't probably completely go away because there's always just like something where you need to do sort of a medium-sized nudge but it's not really changing the fundamentals of your app. So I think that prompting will probably go from 85 or 90% of what we're doing with software development now to something like 5 or 10% or something like that. And then I think the fourth component that's going to start to get more and more important is just visual design tools. Right now, a lot of teams work where these visual design tools are sort of used by product managers or designers or enterprising engineers who have some sense of taste, and they make mock-ups, they make these kinds of things, and they become a spec that engineers go off and build towards in a lot of ways. But I think they're going to become an integral part of the process of building software, because there's a lot of things you can't really express very well with a prompt, like what shade of purple you want, or how big of a gap between here and here you want. You can write those out in text, but it's inefficient and it doesn't feel right. And so I think these sort of like visual design tools that are more tactile and just give you more a sense of what you're looking at are going to become like the fourth pillar of what happens. And I think all this will come together in a way where I think it'll actually sort of elegantly sort of mirror the way that React moved software development forward, where we used to sort of write all these things where, oh, like somebody clicked on a button, let me run some jQuery code that then turns the background color of the follow button to green and changes the text on it and sends an API request to the server, and then also changes what happens if you click on it so that now it does the opposite, and a lot of manual work to do all the different steps here. And then React came along and sort of said, hey, just change the state in the abstract sense, and then the whole UI will redraw itself to match the state and will always be correct. And I think that basically, like, when you change the foundational documents, the issues, things like that, the system, whether it be something that you roll yourself, or that Devin thing, or something made by OpenAI or Anthropic or somebody else, I think there'll just probably be a bunch of these things, but they'll in the same way that there's React and Preact and Svelte and 100 other of these libraries, they'll just basically take care of turning your product into what this is. So that's all crazy, and I might be wrong about this. I think I'm probably mostly right, but we'll see. But like, actually, when everything is changing, I actually think of this quote a lot. It's from Jeff Bezos before he got sort of weird. But he basically just says, and when a lot of people like to talk about like what's going to change in the next 10 years, and he says, when I think about building a business, I like to think about what's going to stay the same in the next 10 years. That's the kind of thing that's the foundation I can build my business on. And I think what's interesting to us as people who like are in the business and are excited about creating mobile apps is like, what's going to still be the same in our lives and important. And I think this is something a lot of people who think about this arrive at, but I think it's right. And taste is really, really important. If you think about like a chef, the way the world has moved, like you can actually buy all kinds of fancy equipment for your home kitchen. You can access all kinds of recipes and how-to videos online on YouTube or other places. And you like the food supply chains are really wide open. You can go to all kinds of really fancy high-end grocery stores. You can order stuff on the internet to get whatever kinds of spices and stuff you need. So there's almost nothing you can't like figure out yourself to do at home. And yet, when I cook at home, it somehow doesn't turn out as well as when I go to the restaurant down the street or whatever. And part of that is just like, I just don't have the palate that's developed. I spent my life thinking about developer tools, not about how to cook that well. And so people who are really, really good at that are just going to be the people that are still doing it. And so I think that like all the work that all of us have done to like think about how we can make an app that turns out really, really well will still keep paying off. The other thing I think is just going to continue to be important, at least for a while, is just like there's all these little touches and things that go into making a quality product that really are about like what is the human experience of using it, and what do I want? What does my client want? What does anybody want with this? And AIs are like pretty good at imitating humans. They've read the whole internet and things like that. But like there's still stuff where you can just look at something and have a genuine sort of primary reaction to it that isn't like estimated by composing a bunch of Reddit posts in your mind and imagining what somebody was doing. It's just a genuine reaction, and that's really hard to replace, and that's still going to be part of the development process. And then again, I think that a lot of us who have spent a lot of time in code are going to have to spend more and more of our time thinking about product and being involved in visual design and design tools and thinking about that angle of stuff, because a lot of the coding stuff is going to be taken care of by AIs, but this part is still probably going to be in the realm of humans for maybe not forever, but for a while longer. And then I think, I was giving this chef analogy, and I think that like part of what is so good about chefs is if you ever watch them like, dice vegetables or something like that, they're so good at using their tools. So even if you have the same tools and you're not a, trained chef or you're not a really practiced one, you're just going to be slower and clunkier and make more mistakes. And so knowing how to get the most out of your tools is going to be a really, it's always been important, but now it's going to become incredibly important. And so, there's going to be some changes to the way that we all have to work as software developers, but then what about Expo, the project, and the company, and stuff like that? How does that fit in with all of this? So I'll just talk about that briefly. And, one thing that is really important to me is I really want Expo to maintain this ambition to be the thing that is, something that everybody can use for everything that they make, including the highest quality things in the world. And so one thing that just really bums me out is that, I'm really excited about Expo right now, just to say this, we're like, every day, new apps and new companies that I've heard of and brands that I use and stores that I go to and things like that. I see them on our customer list. I see them in our forums talking about problems they're having, but they're fixing and how good of an experience they're having at Expo. But it's still, when I look at the newest, most, the flagship apps from OpenAI and Anthropic and Gemini and the things that are getting used the most and that have infinite resources behind them, they're still not using Expo yet. And I really want to get to the point where it's just used for everything. The way that React is kind of basically the default for any website you're going to make, and it's like 85% plus of all new websites are probably made with React these days. We really want to get there with the Expo project. And so, the way I measure this, and I talked to James about it, is just, when you look at your phone's home screen, how do we get it so, almost every single app, maybe we'll never get iMessage or something like that, but how do we get basically every single app on your home screen to be built with Expo? And so basically, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to keep working on the Expo SDK and all the things that we're already working on, but some things are changing too. And the most obvious thing is that agents are now a huge part of our users. So if we did a survey of seeing what things we're calling EAS CLI and Expo CLI, and humans are down to about 50%. And this is only over the course of agentic development being around for maybe a year. You got to imagine that having agents call into these things is going to move up to 85, 90, 95, probably eventually 99+% of the time. And so we're going to continue to move all of our SDKs and tooling around that to expect to be called by agents and things like that. But we're also just going to really focus on building the complete mobile AI infrastructure and just basically take care of everything in a holistic way that you need to build mobile apps. And so that continues to mean Expo SDK and all these client-side things. Expo Router, I think, is incredibly important. But we're also going to continue to add more stuff in the cloud, like MCP server, and all these things that work to get an app to TestFlight, get an app to another person's phone, help you with all those things. And we're also launching products like observability that will let you know what's going on with your app and just not have to worry about setting up all these things that you have to set up over and over and over again or build stuff for. And you can focus on just the product that you're making. We're thinking about this in terms of agentic workflows all the time as well. So one example of this is that we're working on a simulator service, because when we think about agentic workflows, the most important thing is that the agent can get feedback and then learn what it's done and keep going. And so that's why we've started to turn our attention to these simulators that can simulate stuff, and then they can be screenshotted, they can be poked at and prodded. There's a lot of great open source projects like Argent, Agent Device, and some other stuff out there. And we're going to support that with services and tooling as well. So that's another piece of the puzzle that we're building. So the sort of principles that we're using, we want to take care of everything that's the same for every app. We want to provide services and infrastructure that takes care of everything that you need so you can really focus on your product. And then we really want to set that ceiling as high as we possibly can, so you never think oh, well, if I had more money and more time, sure, I'd build it in Swift UI or that kind of thing. We want to make it so that Expo is, and React and React Native coming along with it and everything else, gives you that power to make exactly what you want and just totally fulfill your dream, your client's dream, your company's dream, whatever you're working on, and that you never feel like you have to sort of change horses to get to the highest ceiling. So anyway, thank you again for coming. I'm really excited to talk with all of you about what's going on in the space and just what you're building and find that out. So let's have a great couple of days. Thanks.
There's a prop set up. That's cool. All right. Okay, hold on. Where are they? Where'd Lafayette go? Right there. This is not for you. All right. Question. Here we go. Louisiana does not do counties. Lafayette, what do we do? Parishes, right. Lafayette, how many parishes? Ask the other Lafayette next to you. The ones who can read, yeah, that's. You jerk. How many? 18. Wow, not even close. All right, I want you to think NCAA basketball, the old version. The Final Four, the old version. How many? Okay, basketball is a game that they play. Jesus Christ, that wasn't even my question. There are 64 parishes. 64. But here's my question, and I'm going to throw the beads if you get it right. I live in Orleans Parish. Question. How many independent cities make up Orleans Parish? Anybody want to be smart? 12? Wait, where'd that come from? Who was that? That was you? One. It's the only parish. There's only one city in Orleans Parish, and that city is New Orleans. Right? Isn't that funny? Watch. What's the name of the parish? Orleans. What's the name of the city? New Orleans. It's different. Where you at, bruh? You got to get closer, because I'm going to get sued if I hit him in the face hard. All right, I'm going to try. I've written in parades. Watch your face, bruh. All right. Okay. 18 parishes. Man, what's wrong with you? Are you Louisiana too? I got that part, but what about you? Where are you from? Who? Ain't nothing cool there. All right. Where's my boy from, where's my Atlanta dude? There he is. He don't want to say nothing. All right, so this is what's going to happen throughout today and tomorrow. If you don't know this, New Orleans and Atlanta got a problem. And it ain't even football. It's just we got beef. Why do we have beef, bro? Me either. I don't even know. It's not like, it's not like y'all close to us. Like, it's not like, here's New Orleans and then Atlanta be around here somewhere. Okay, tell me one cool thing about New Orleans. Food's great, all right? As soon as I think of something, I'm going to tell you something great about Atlanta. All right? Your airport, bro. Your airport. It's awful. It's awful. How am I always 74 miles from my connecting flight? Every time. You land at B3, where's my connector? Omicron Pi. Where the hell is that? Do you like your airport? Of course you would. In a Hartsfield kind of jive. All right, so the next gentleman, is this slide go up? Oh, that's kind of hot. I like that dude. He is so cool. Now, you may see this face. He does a podcast. It's called React Native Live. It's on YouTube. He streams it live. He'll tell you more about that. He also does radio, right? Cool. But here's what's cool. A lot of the people that come on this podcast, they talk about open source, right? So you don't have to buy anything. You can download. That's open source means free nerd, right? Okay, cool. Awesome. Free, thank you. Here's something, though, that's really cool about him. He coached 2 players who played in the Women's World Cup. That's pretty impressive. You would never know when you see him that he's an athlete. You are an athlete, though, right, bro? He's an athlete? No, he's not. When you see this body, bro, it's all right. All righty. But he's really cool. He's an amazing young man. Please give it up. Where'd he go? Oh, Lord have mercy. and do's an elf. Make your hands bang back and forth for the awesome Mazen!
Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Chain React. Thank you, Gant. So this is actually a special moment for me because in 2019, I was actually sitting where you all were just as an attendee, and now get to work for Infinite Red and full circle be on stage. So it's really fun for me to be here. Raise your hand if this is your first Chain React. Wow, okay. Second, third, fourth, that's where I put my hand on. Fifth, sixth, seventh, trick question. This is the sixth one. Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is the sixth one. Yeah, cool. Well, okay, so today I'm going to be talking to you about thinking fast on-device vector searches and features. You're probably thinking another AI talk and all that kind of stuff. Trust me, this will be a fun one. It'll be cool, completely different type of thing. And if we're lucky, we'll get a live demo. I don't know if my cord's going to make it all the way there, but. So I'm Mazen Shami, staff software engineer at Infinite Red. You may have heard me on React Native Radio or React Native Live. If not, please subscribe. And as Ken had the QR code, please scan it. You get to win a cool Lego set. So I think before we begin, I want to make sure you all know this talk is for you, whether you're beginning your AI journey, you're towards the down the line in your AI journey, you're a front end, back end, product person. This talk is for you. There's a lot of cool stuff that we're going to talk about when it comes to how you can apply this to your application. We'll see some code, and like I said, a live demo. We'll see if the demo gods are on our favor today. So, like I said, we're going to be talking about. Let's start with talking about data, which for me as a front end engineer, data it's not pretty. It's just a JSON file that I get from an API that I need to consume. Thank you for whoever's sending those API calls to us. So we need to make it pretty, right? And at one point, there was the whole idea of there's an app for that. Then it was like, how fast can we get that data to our user? Then we start losing users because it was loading too slow. In today's day and age, it's not just about getting the information to our users, but getting the exact information that our users need. So let's say you have a restaurant ordering app. You want to make sure you don't want to give a triple stack cheeseburger to a vegan, right? You want to put the right information in front of your user, and that's the reason why we have databases, and that's why this information is not just in a flat JSON file in our application. And if that's what it is, big up to you for doing that. So let's go through an example of how we would do a SQL statement. So we're looking for the word red, right? We put together a SQL query. We put the % signs on each side, and then we do a search, select like search. But you all might be thinking, we're falling short here, right? We're losing some semantics. Let's say you have a red or scarlet shirt as a product. That's not going to come through because we're looking for red. I think you see what I'm talking about here, and you might be like, well, we'll create array tables, we'll have some specific stuff, workarounds to make this work. It's not working. So that's where we get to with the advent of AI, right? How can we encode these concepts in our machines? So we want to find all these concepts in just the series of zeros and ones, and that's where we can start leveraging AI, LLMs, our agents, to get all that information that we need. Let's look at what this structure looks like. So if you see on here, this is kind of like a quick TLDR. If you're not familiar with vectors, this will be a quick TLDR for you. If you know vectors, this will be like a nice refresher. So if you look at this example here, this is a three-dimensional space where we have wings, sky, and engine, right? So if we look at a bee has wings. It can fly yay high. It doesn't have an engine, so it kind of gets that space over there. A drone, on the other hand, can't fly higher than a helicopter. It has an engine, doesn't have wings, so it kind of gets to sit there. So we're judging these words by the distance between each other and how they relate to each other in this three-dimensional space. But if we were to kind of like map this out and go a little bit bigger, it starts getting hard to perceive that when it comes to the context. And that's where it starts getting difficult. And when we judge things, we don't judge things on a three-dimensional space, right? If it works in a one-dimensional, it works in a two, it works in a three, why not just kind of take it to that like n-dimensional space and keep it going? And that's where we start adding words, context, images, and that's where they start getting consumed by the user. And as a result of that, we have a beautiful placement of vectors where we can start adding and subtracting words to make sentences. So for example, you have a king, you subtract a royal, becomes a man, add a female, woman, royal, back up to queen. So we're able to take these words in the context that they're in and start applying them into informational space to get sentences, rather than just a SQL query that gives us a word back, or even zeros and ones in that space. And that's where, with the advent of AI, that's where we're kind of getting to in today's day and age. So with these features, you can build as many recommendation engines that you want, whether you're a product person or a consultant and whatnot. I'm sure you could probably find an application for this within your organization. Raise your hand if you've ever Shazammed a song. Right? Yeah, so a lot of us. This is the same concept. We take that song, we kind of take it down to its fingerprint that makes it unique for that song. We do a search against that fingerprint, and we get back the song recommendation that it lines up with. It's crazy to think that we've had this vector search for such a long time, and now we're starting to see more and more applications of it because of AI kind of coming out. And as I mentioned earlier, I'll be doing the demo. I'm going to do the demo with images, so you get to see it in real time and kind of see how that kind of applies. That's just one utility. Like we said, sounds and other things can be used within this. So you're like, okay, cool. We take a picture, and then we're done. We can tell if these two things are aligned. You could ask ChatGPT, hey, are these two images the same? In theory, you could. But there's a lot of issues with that, right? You have the cost of your images. You probably might not get it right on the first try. You're just on a loop. So then you have API calls, you have tokens being wasted, and all that kind of stuff. So that's why here at IR, we build things performant, offline, and in this case, it's ready. And in today's day and age where our users' privacy is paramount, we want to make sure that their data isn't getting leaked. So keeping it on device within and contained to our device works great. The device I'm going to be using is actually not connected to a Wi-Fi, and it doesn't have a cell service. So you get to see it working in real time within the mobile applications context. So let's get into an example. Let's put our hat on, say we own a grocery store, and we kind of want to see how that works for us and how our customers can start finding items within that grocery store. So let's say you have a product at home, whether it's broken or you want to buy more of it. You're like, I wonder if my local grocery store has this. You take a picture of it, and you're like, oh, cool, look, it's in aisle 5. You get to go down to that store and buy it, right? There's millions of applications on how you can kind of apply this to your organization, and this is kind of one I'll be showing today. So at Infinite, we built a vector search database library. It's not open source yet, but if you all think there's value within it, let us know. We'll kind of get it ready for open source and release it out. Come find someone in Redshirt or myself, and we can talk about it. The objective is, like I've said, making React Native development easy to do vector searches and kind of giving you just your pure TypeScript functions that pull in from the native side. Let's walk through some code. Okay, we'll start simple, straightforward. We are going to create our product. When we submit, we want to put together all our metadata, name, description, aisle, and take as many images as we can for our users. Then we call our native function to create that product. This metadata gets taken and put on a SQL database within our device. Earlier I mentioned, why not stop at 3 dimensions? Like, why don't we just take it further? Well, luckily, on iOS, you have the ability to use Apple Vision Framework, and Apple Vision Framework gives you 768 dimensional embeddings. So imagine getting a bee or a drone down to 768. Or even on the Android side, you're looking at 1,280 dimensional embeddings. To me, that's mind-boggling how you can have so many dimensional embeddings on a device there. And that all gets stored on your local SQL database on that device. So how do we pull this information? It's just a straightforward SQL statement that you all might know. I think the only difference here is the approximate vector distance function, and that's just specific to getting the distance between the vectors to know what space they're in. So cool, we're done, right? It works. We put it in a database, and we just kind of pull a search, and it gets there. Kind of, sort of. We're not ready for production yet. There's still more that we need to do. And technically, we're kind of halfway there. We're starting to narrow things down. So if I were to say to you, I have an animal, people use it as a pet, and it's furry. you're thinking tiger, right? Yep. No. If we add more context to that, we say it's a common animal and it has slits for eyes, right? That starts narrowing things down. We have a cat here. Well, and that's what we're doing. We're giving more context and more information to the vector so that we know exactly what we're looking for, so that our results kind of start shooting through the roof. And that's why we take this extra step, and as you can kind of see in this image, we take our image, we pull the forefront of it, the important part of our image, and we take the background and kind of put it away because we don't need it. We focus on the important parts. You know, in today's day and age, when you all are on video calls, you click, you know, blur my background. Same concept here. It identifies you and cuts everything out behind you and puts it within a blur function. And that helps us get great accuracy, right? And here, you know, you can see the Google ML Kit example. That's AI subject segmentation. Say that fast, 5 times. And that's where we take the key parts of our image so that we can focus on it and throw away the rest. And then that's where we tell our functions to pay attention to the prominent part of the image, the part that we want to focus on here. So as we know, as of now, we could probably ask the Meta folks, image salience does not ship with React Native, so that's why we kind of have this function here. And what we're doing is just calling our native function to search the products with pre-processing. And what that's doing, it's doing multiple things. It's doing 3 things. We're going to run our image through pre-processing for that image for salience. We're going to generate our image embeddings for our pre-processed image. And then we're going to search our embeddings, search the database for our embeddings within that SQL statement. On the Android side, it's pretty much the same thing. And what this function is pretty much doing for you is it's just returning the image with the forefront part of it, and it's been simplified to help us get the most accurate results that we can along the way. Cool. So now for the fun part, the demo. Are you all ready? Yeah. Let's see if this works. Yeah. I'm going to shift this over. Okay. Of course. One second. Make it bigger. All right, so here's our app. I'm kind of going to go out of order in showing you the examples here, but first what we're going to do is we're going to seed our database. We have an empty database, no products within here. We're going to seed it, and the whole idea here is we're creating some examples for us and just kind of setting up, initializing. Just think of it as an init function for our database here. First thing that we do is we're going to take a picture. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to start by taking a couple pictures of our apple here. We'll call it apple. Seems like a crispy red apple. Let's do that, and we'll say it's in aisle 8, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm taking as many images as I can to set up our product metadata so that we can store it within our SQL database here. Take one more here. Right, so we're going to create that product. And in the manage part, you can kind of see all the products that you have there. Let's go ahead and add this cup. We'll call it paper cup. It's an expensive one these days. And again, I'm going to take a couple pictures of it. And so we can store this. It's like rolling away. Stay. Cool. Okay. So manage. We've created our products. So we have our products there, right? And like we talked through earlier, we're taking our image, we're putting them through segmentation and storing them on our local SQL database. So now, for the fun part, I think I should have shown you this. This is working. All right, so we're going to take a picture. Drum roll, maybe. Let's see if this works. There we go. So it worked. Yeah. Thank you. If you remember from earlier, what's happening here, this is an iPhone, so I'm using Apple Vision Framework, 768 embeddings to kind of get this recommendation back. And again, you see at the bottom, it shows you other recommendations. This apple apparently is a 48% a cup. But that's just because we don't have as many products within there, right? If we were to put in, I don't know, like say a peach, for example, you might get a closer recommendation there. Should we do one more? Should we attempt it? Try one more? All right, drum roll. Yeah, there we go. Cool, awesome, that worked too. Awesome. All right. Okay, so as you can see, like the sky's the limit here. There's so many different applications that you can use this with. Imagine taking thousands or more pictures of your products and putting them on device for your users. The best example I've had of this recently, think of you're doing a DIY project. You're looking for that screw or that bolt. Take a picture, you know exactly what aisle that's in at your local Home Depot or Lowe's. I spent over an hour this past weekend looking for something at Lowe's and couldn't find it at the end of the day. Something like this could come in handy for that. A couple other examples that I've run into recently. How many of us have gotten an Amazon or other delivery package delivered to the wrong door? Yeah, okay, yeah, we've all had that pain, right? That's a perfect example of where the delivery person takes a picture, we pull out the prominent part of that picture, the door. I don't want to be running down my neighborhood looking for a random red door and walking up to somebody's porch to grab my package, right? It's not ideal. They get immediate feedback that that's the wrong door, we need to get it to the right location. They look at the address and kind of deliver it. And like I mentioned earlier, Home Depot or Lowe's, quick application for the person working there or even yourself taking the picture within their application. After this, if you work at Home Depot, Lowe's, Amazon, or any of them, I'll put my Venmo QR code up for you. But if you think there's so many great applications for vectors and vector databases and searches, and I think come talk to us after this, come talk to me. We'd love to kind of talk about how you can use this on your application, or even if you're just thinking about it. Like I mentioned, I work for the wonderful company at Infinite Red. We are React Native and mobile experts, and that's why it's easy for us to drop down into native and build native applications and also work on AI for you all too. So yeah, thank you.
Dude, it was awesome. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Time for a little potty break. Great. All right, you're going to come back at 10:25. So, don't wander to everybody simultaneously look at their watches. It's amazing. All right, come back at 10:25. I have a little correction. The party is actually at Expensify, but I'll talk to y'all about that in a bit. Right now, I want you to stretch your legs out and get yourself a little something to eat. Hey, do I bring food in here? No. Thank you. All right, see you guys in a bit. First of all, I'm not writing any of y'all up because y'all came back to class on time. All your partners out there in the hallway chatting, all right? So if we have any red shirts that can hear me, shoo and boo them back on in. All right, I got to take care of some things. I made a mild boo-boo. That's important. You got to say when you make a mistake. The after party today is at Expensify. The idea was we're going to meet at the hotel if people need and walk over there. It's really not that far. There's going to be a map that tells you where. Has anybody been to the Expensify building? Bruh, is that not scary? It's amazing. If you've not been, also find the 2 Chainz bust. There's a bust of 2 Chainz in the expense. Yeah, he showed up and gave that to him. I don't know why. Yes, it's in there. All right. So make sure you show up there. It's a beautiful building. Gangs of fun for everybody. All right. So let's find out so far. You, sir, in the cool green jacket. What's your name? Who? Vladimir? What's up, bro? All right, tell me what you've learned so far. You came all the way over here to say that, right? Something that I won't understand because you're going to talk in the computer nerd talk. What have you learned? Wow, your company must be proud. Yes, Vladimir, we'll spare no expense. Go to Portland and embarrass us tremendously. What my dude that's hiring people? Who owns the company? He was right in here. Okay, see? No wonder he ain't got nobody at his company. He don't know how to show up. So we want to make sure that everybody's good, everybody's having a great time. Why do you keep sitting in the front? Oh, my God. So we got our Atlanta folks. I'm like, security. I want to get to know y'all for a little minute. We've got our Atlanta folks. Are those fellow Atlanteans? All together, huh? Just made y'all sit right there, huh? All right, so y'all are all from Atlanta. Same company? All not in agreement at the same time? Yes, there you go, okay. All right, so you tell me something you love about Atlanta. Wow. A lot of trees, because that's unique to places in the United States. Right. Denver doesn't have trees? Don't we have a Denver? Where's Colorado at? You see what I'm saying, bro? Atlanta be lying. Y'all got trees, Colorado? Ain't y'all called the tree state? I don't want to make that up. Yes. All right, tell me one month you love about Atlanta. You love the traffic? The airport, man, y'all are terrible. That's why nobody wants to be nice to y'all. I'm going to come check with it. What is it? Waffle House. Y'all love Waffle House? You are a ringing endorsement for the state of Georgia. All right. Our next speaker, really cool. Gentleman rolls to us from Reno, Nevada. A hiker, of course, one of those hiker people. Basketball coach. Woo, something in common. I coached basketball back in a long time. But here's what's really cool. And this is how I can differentiate you guys from me. Other than the dude that didn't come back. No, wait, is that him? Business dude. All right, help me out. I'm going to show you the difference. Business dude. What does a starting just fresh developer make?
Depends on where you live.
Oh, in your company, bruh.
Somewhere in the range of 60, 80,000, but I live in like a lower cost area.
That's okay, bro. You ain't had to tell us all that. That's fine. My mom died, but I live in a box. No, bro, that's good. I'm going to show you something. We love to go to Europe. We love to travel. I'm a teacher. I ain't taking no damn gondola rides, bruh. Let me tell you why I asked you that. What is it, a brand new start off? 80, right? I've been teaching for 743 years. Me and Pythagoras was partners. I ain't close to 80 yet. I'll never get there. I will be old and dead And they'll come to my grave, hey, bro, hit that last 3,000. That's it. Starting out 80, right? Chris, you gonna teach me some so I can do this? I'm switching. I'm gonna become one of y'all. And I'm gonna work for this dude. Where's your company? Not for him. I'm gonna work for somebody else in there. All right? This guy takes his family, seems like a really nice guy. You know, you can tell people are good natured because everything he said was about his family. He coached basketball because of his son. He likes to travel with his family. So y'all better be really nice. Bang your hands together for the awesome Mr. Eric Henchett.
Hey everyone. Hi Chris. So we are going to talk about how I learned React Native, and more like how I'm continuing to learn, because I feel like this is something that you don't just learn. There's new things coming out all the time. I'm really excited to jump in here today. First, by a show of hands, who's like a new React Native developer the last year or two? Okay, quite a few, I see. That's great. That's awesome. So some of the things I'm talking about today you might relate to. And even if you have been doing this for a long time, I'm sure there's new technologies and frameworks that we're all learning. And we all have been thinking about how to do this. So a little bit about me. I like to build websites, and I came up with an idea that I wanted to create a fitness app. And what better way to do it than using something like React Native? But I had some questions. I wasn't sure where to start, what I need to do. So like everyone here, I started Googling around, like how do people learn today? Just today for React Native and other frameworks and technologies. So first, a lot of places I went, like the first Google search I did mentioned a Reddit thread, and the first Reddit thread said, you need to try this Udemy course. I'm like, okay, I guess that's one way I could learn. There's a lot of paid courses out there. Another one said, oh no, you need to just go to YouTube and start learning from there. And I will say, as an educator who also creates videos online and teaches people to do things, YouTube isn't always the best option nowadays. You may have heard that tutorials are dead, that people are not putting them out as often because the algorithm isn't feeding these content creators like they used to. And so maybe YouTube isn't the best place. Maybe some of the information there is a little outdated. And then, of course, there's the docs aspect. We have the Expo, which has amazing docs. We heard from our speaker earlier today a little bit about all the cool things that Expo is doing. And then, of course, there is the React Native docs. Who has used one of these resources at one point in the last few days? Everyone, of course. But there is one resource I haven't mentioned. It's almost the elephant in the room, and that's AI. So are people learning these new technologies using AI? And that was my first question. And of course, people are. But I wanted some empirical data behind that. So I looked at the State of React Native survey. I don't know if anybody ever take this survey? Quite a few. And I noticed there's a particular question on there that asks, which resource types have you used to initially learn React Native? And of course, the first three we are all familiar with, the React Native docs, the Expo docs, the self-directed learning. But the fourth one is interesting. That is using AI tools. And if I look back the previous years, this category has been growing every single year. I would imagine maybe it will continue to grow until it might be number 2 or might be number 1 at some point as people's first way of learning these frameworks. The blue line that you see there, that's people who have had a positive experience with it. That's 15% on the AI tools. The green is just neutral. So you could see that it's a neutral, meaning that they didn't have good things or bad things to say about it. And then the 50%, the third number at the bottom, is like people who have tried it. So over half the people who took the survey have been using these AI tools, and it helped them initially learn React Native. And I suspect, like I said, it's going to continue to grow. So I'm on the right track for sure with this. And let me explain who I am. I haven't done this yet. My name is Eric Hanchett. I'm a senior developer advocate at AWS. I've been doing front-end and full-stack development for many years now. I started off doing QA, and then I did Java development for years. I did front-end development in the Ember.js communities and Vue communities, and of course React as well. I put my QR code here if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn. I accept any and all connections, and I just always like to talk about tech and post about it. You can also check out Program with Eric. So I guess the question is like, how much do you really need to know? So in my instance, I'm trying to learn React Native to build this new iOS mobile app, a fitness tracker app. But it's talking to people, even at this conference today, everybody has a little bit of a different opinion on what you need to know. And I've always thought, like, you should learn for what you're trying to build for. If you're trying to get a job in the industry, that might be something different what you learn than if you're just trying to do a personal project. I know that some people think that you need to learn the fundamentals and beyond, and then some people think, well, you just need to learn just a little bit of it. And of course, here's the elephant in the room again, AI. With AI doing so much of the work that we normally had to do we still need to know every single piece, every little nuance of the API to do our job? And I think, of course, I don't think we do, but what's the good middle between both of them? And so when I have a question like this, I ask my friend Ken C. Dodds, and he did an actual video on something similar to this, and he had this quote, which is, "We are the system designers, we are the product engineers thinking about which primitives are available for our agents to use to solve our users' problems." And in the video, and I agree with this, is that we don't need to know every individual API, but having an overall idea of the system architecture, how to design things, what makes up a React Native app is really good, and then maybe some of the primitives. But the AI is going to do the heavy lifting. And so this is the model that I put together while learning in general. I wanted to take a step back before I went too far into this journey and figure out, like, what does AI recommend today? Because I have a feeling that in 5 years, people are, maybe 5 years, 10 years, people are just going to use these agents. They're just going to chat with it and be like, create X. And then whatever the training data is in those large language models is just going to make assumptions for us. And so today, I wanted to try that out. So I decided to do some evals. It's just kind of a fancy way. This is unscientific. I didn't get it peer reviewed. I didn't try hundreds of models, but I wanted to try a number of state-of-the-art models and see what it recommends today when I asked it to go in and start creating apps for me. I picked two. I picked the latest Gemini models and the latest Claude models, Fable 5, Opus, and then I also looked at some older models as well. So I gave it a very simple prompt, build a mobile application for iOS. And these AI models are very eager, so it just started working. And by the way, I use Kiro as my agentic harness, but this could work the same in Claude Code and Cursor. And then what it did is it built a Swift app for me. So I kind of what you would think, right? You know, without any other prompts, I thought maybe, okay, you're trying to build it for iOS. I'm just going to go into Swift UI, and build it all for you. Then I was like, okay, let's be a little bit more specific. And I'm like, build me a cross-platform iOS Android application. And I wanted to see what it would build. And this is where it would come with, it came up with two different answers. So depending on the model, sometimes the Gemini's ones would create a Flutter app, and sometimes it would, and the Claude models would create a React Native app. So I definitely see this dichotomy between what it's recommending. So I wanted to be a little bit more specific to find out what to do here. And so I had to create a table here. and I just kind of got a little bit more information of what it was doing. So I'm like, give me more information about what you recommend. And so here are the top cross-platform and native frameworks worth considering: Flutter, React Native. Anybody use Kotlin multi-platform? I've never heard of it. I guess some people have. And the .NET MAUI. And then if I change the prompt, if you're sticking with JavaScript, TypeScript, then it would recommend this. So of course, our friendly React Native here, Expo, NativeScript. Any NativeScript developers? Hey, I see a few, one. So it definitely still recommends this. I'm assuming in the future that whatever these top choices are, this is what most people are going to use. And this is good for this community because it's definitely recommending React Native and Flutter, but React Native quite a bit. So I wanted to use AI as my teacher here. And my clicker is a little delayed. There we go. So I wanted to craft a personalized learning plan for me based on, I have now seen that React Native, of course, is one of the most popular ones. So I asked it, build me a curriculum to learn React Native. Assume I already have basic knowledge of React, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And the first thing I noticed is that model selection is extremely important as I was having it build this curriculum for me. So I did a test. I used Sonnet 4, and then I used Opus 5. Now, if you don't know, Sonnet 4 is a little bit of an older model, but I wanted to see what it would give me in the end. So it basically, like I was going back in time, it gave me 2023 era advice. So it was giving me like old versions of Node, 18. It wanted me to use like React Native and Knit, and we all know like it was deprecated in 0.75, sunset in this date. And then also it was just giving me old libraries as well. And obviously this is not what I want. So if I use the latest model, I got much better output from it on my learning plan. But it wasn't perfect either. It still had things like data loaders, which I've been doing some research is an alpha feature, web only. It's not something I really wanted in my curriculum, in my plan I was just learning. And it really focused on Expo Go, and it didn't really talk about how to go from Expo Go to like development builds. So this is really basic things, but it was great, it was good, it wasn't perfect. And I'm trying to go to the next slide. Give me a second. Wait. Sorry, 1 second here. My slide deck is froze on me here. And now I'm back to this screen here. Let's try this again. Full screen. OK, I'm back. So what was correct in both? So first, the idea that there is no DOM was absolutely correct in both. It really tried to emphasize that both plans diagnose that since I'm coming from the web world, that I should know that there isn't any DOM. And then it had loading errors and empty states were correct in both. And then the raw API and platform APIs were both in both of these plans were very similar. It mentioned style sheets and Flexbox. Still, I had this question. It's like, OK, token usage is really important. So if I'm using AI to learn React Native, well, how do we correct this problem with these older models? And how do we use them and have it produce correct information for us? So a couple of techniques I use adversarial reviews. And this is the idea where I'm going to use older, different models to kind of do a review of the other model. So as I was creating my plan, I would use another model and like, can you check this plan to see if it's correct? And that kind of gave me a better idea of if it was correct. And then, of course, and my slides are also Acting weird here. This is what I get for using Canva. Oh no, there we go. I don't know what is causing this to go, but we're getting there. So the other way would be to use skills, like built-in search or MCP servers. That obviously could help with the output of the output from those models. So I tried a test where I said, build a curriculum to help me learn React Native, assume I have some knowledge of React, HTML, CSS, and then use the latest skills. I installed Expo and the skills with that. And then I said, can you create a result for me? And the actual thing that I found out that the API still wasn't very good. Like the output, even with an older model, with these tools, it still wasn't perfect. So my recommendation then would be to use the latest state-of-the-art models. Those seem to work the best. And then use those with the latest skills if you're trying to learn. Now, we've gone over this a little bit, but what does Expo give you out of the box? If you start a new Expo app with Create Expo app, you get the Agents MD, the Claude MD, you get MCP, you get skills. So all of those are built in. Highly recommend to make sure you have those installed when you're learning. But I think the best way of learning is building. So there's this idea of this I do, we do, you do way of learning. And this goes back to like studies in the 80s where they had this gradual release of responsibility. And the idea is we're going to have our AI be our teacher for us, and they're first going to do something for us. They're going to completely do things, and then we're going to do stuff together, and then I'm going to do stuff by my own. And I felt like this was the best learning path for me. And my slides being slow. I've never had this happen before, but bear with me. Wait. Let's see here. It like catches up. Let's try again. This is Canva, by the way. Now it's just black. Hey, we're getting there. We are going to get there. Well, I might have to do the rest of the slideshow like this because the full screen is not full screening for me. But essentially, what does AI, if I did this plan where I have the AI do everything for me, I did it, I vibe coded an app, and it created this very simple to-do app that looks like this. Let me see if I could I make it full screen? Okay, maybe a little bit bigger. And then I said, okay, this is fine, but I didn't learn anything by just having the AI do everything for me. So then I used something called spec-driven development with Kiro to do like more of the we do. So me and the AI are going to work together to build something. And the way this works, if you haven't heard, spec-driven development is a software development. It's basically a way to create a structured specifications first so AI can automatically build and test the code. So we're going to create documents based on a prompt that I'm using. So it looks like this. I put a prompt in, create a spec that helps build a retro workout planner app. And then, of course, I had my workspace, my agent. In this case, I'm using Kiro, my harness. It had all my MCP files. It had everything ready for me. Then let me see if I can go to the next page. There we go. And so then it created 3 documents, a design document that described exactly what I wanted to do. And then I went back and forth on it to make sure that it was correct. Then it created a requirements document based off that design document. And then once again, I was the human in the middle. I was learning how the AI was thinking and what it thought the requirements were for it. And then finally, it created an implementation details, which are each implementation for it. And I took those implementation, and instead of just having the AI do every single one of them, I actually went in and started implementing each item in order from the implementation plan, the task list, and then having AI like double check it. And so at the end, I came up with my app. I was able to get it through all the end, to the end, and it was kind of this we-do way where I was working with the AI to make sure that it produced the output, but also kind of double checking me along the way. And so there's a couple of other like I do patterns. So after I created this app, using this spec-driven development and being the person in the middle to help implement it and having the AI come in and help me, I looked at other patterns like how just turning off AI completely and then having me just go through it and create something from scratch. I think that was a great way to learn. Having quizzes, so having the AI quiz me back. It's like I was telling it, can you please create a quiz for React Native? And then also just learning in public. As I was doing this, I was tweeting and mentioning what I was learning and getting feedback from others and sharing. So I think all this were great ways for me to learn. So in conclusion, start out with a goal is extremely important. Use the latest models, I would say. I have never had really good luck with older models or maybe even the cheaper models, open weight models. You're not going to have as good time because just the cutoff times, even with skills, it doesn't seem to work as well. Create a plan. Learn at least the architecture and primitives. So keep that in mind. I don't think you need to learn everything in this React Native world, just the primitives, just the most important things to get your work done. And then try patterns like you do, we do, I do to help you learn it. And something like spec-driven development can help with that. Here is my Amazon developer. We are sponsoring this conference. We have a booth out there. So if you'd like to learn more about how to build apps with React Native and Amazon developer, I have here. Here's a nice QR code you can scan. And thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to start requesting my own walk-in music. All right. So for you guys, when you go to the bakery and they give you 13, right, donuts instead of the 12 you order, it's called a baker's dozen, right? In New Orleans, we have a different phrase. So let's see. If you get a little something extra, anybody know that word? What? Who is that? Lagniappe. That's exactly right. If you get a little something extra, it's called lagniappe. All right. Don't get hit in the face, dude in the white shirt. You ready? All right. No. You got it? Now watch this. Press the back. Press the back of it. There you go. All right. Yeah. Ooh. Wait a minute. That was Atlanta. Give me my damn thing back. Why I oughta with the this and the that. Actually, this is perfect. One of you Atlantas come up here. Guys, we have these cool cards, right? The speakers, whatever. So I have a card for each Atlantean. Come on over here. I can't throw these, bro. I'm not Gambit. Come on, what you doing? Nerd reference. All right. And whoever got that, you nerd, it shouldn't have. I'm cool. There you go. There's one of my cards for each one of y'all. There it is. So that's what I'm supposed to remind y'all of. All of the speakers, some of the red shirts, all of the vendors have these cool cards, and you want to trade them and get them and do. I got to pay attention. Hold on a second. Let me mark this in my mind. Don't send nothing else over here, except if it's you. Y'all not from Atlanta, are you? All right, good. I'm going to remember that. So when I ask people to tell me something cool about themselves, it usually comes out okay. We were starting off okay with this next speaker. He's trying to be a triathlete. No, he is a triathlete. He wants to do the Ironman. He's done a half Ironman, likes to hang out with his family and friends, right? That's cool. Likes to travel. Morocco, another place I'll never see, right? But here it is. For no reason, he hiccups once an hour. Where you at? Gabriel, where you at? Come here. Come here. Tell these nice people so they don't think I'm lying.
Oh, what? Yeah, sorry.
Every hour.
Yeah, about every hour. Yeah, for the last 15 years, it's just like one hiccup.
Thank you.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
But here's the thing. Now, boys are notoriously bad about going to the doctor, right?
Yeah.
Like, my son made me go. I'm suffering with acid reflux. My son got tired of me coughing. He made me go. Okay, he said, go to the doctor, Pappy. All right. You ain't had this checked, bruh?
I had, but I mean, like, all the doctors just said, like, oh, yeah, let's try changing your diet to see if it has any effect on it. And I mean, it's such a good, like, conversation starter.
No, dude, you're broken. No. You sitting there, when you went, like, on the first date or something, so I just want to, and it's like, what just happened? It'll be back in about an hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you single?
No.
You lying to somebody. So one hiccup an hour.
Yeah, about that.
When's the last time you hiccuped?
Maybe like 15, 20 minutes ago. So
We might make it.
Yeah.
We might. Y'all be on the lookout. Y'all, listen for the Hiccup King. Make all kind of things happen for Mr. Hiccup himself, Gabriel!
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Let's get that there. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. How great it is to be here in Portland for the first time. It's a beautiful city. And so today, I'm planning to talk a bit about Brownfield and how, like, AI everywhere, right? So how with a single prompt, you can integrate React Native into any really existing native app. So my name is Gabriel Donadel, software engineer at Expo. I work in the SDK team, and I'm the one responsible for the Expo Brownfield library. As most of you already know, React Native and Expo are pretty popular. Like, there are a bunch of apps that were designed from the ground up to work with React Native. But the reality is that not every single app was designed like that. And like, one bold claim that I want to do is that there's no reason for rewriting a full app that was originally native into React Native all at once. They probably never will be written and potentially shouldn't. But the cool thing is, what if those apps that have been written maybe like 10 years ago or 5 years ago could still benefit from the cool and shiny things that the React Native community has been building for lots and lots of years? And the answer for that is Brownfield. One thing that I want to make clear here is just like what we define as Brownfield. I know that there's quite a lot of confusion around that. So at Expo, what we consider Brownfield is this one pre-existing native app that integrates React Native in maybe like one or two screens, or like multiple screens, but the actual initialization of the app and the whole like management of the app is native. So Expo is just like a guest inside your app. If you go ahead and create a new app using Expo and then just add like one more screen that is fully native, we wouldn't really call that Brownfield. Maybe it's just like bare Expo or something like that. But for the sake of Brownfield, the native app is the host and React Native is the guest. Brownfield isn't really a new concept at all. Like, since the early days, React Native was designed with that in mind. Initially, when Meta created React Native, it was like looking for a better way of building UI without having to rewrite everything. So since the early days, the idea was just like adding one React Native screen to the Facebook app and just like add incrementally. This changed a lot, but and initially, it was like really hard to do that because you had to instantiate and create a bunch of classes, like manually create RCT root views, set up the bridge and all. I know that the React Native community did an amazing job creating RCT React Native factory, which makes a bunch of things easier. And so like Brownfield these days, it's much, much more simple. At Expo, we started looking more into this on SDK 54. So the first thing that we did was like taking a broader look on how people were implementing that. And first thing that we noticed is that in the Expo current setup, users would need to basically shape their pre-existing project to match the React Native standards, which is kind of crazy, right? Imagine asking like this engineer that has been working in this Android app for, I don't know, maybe 5, 10 years, and now they need to change their folder to /Android because that's the way that React Native works. I mean, that's not really feasible to ask for a big team. So we added support for like sibling-style directories, just like maybe being nested. You can play around with that, can put it anywhere, really. So that was the first thing that we did. Second thing was just reinvesting in like a full rewrite of our documentation. Because at first, we would just link to the React Native docs on the integrating with pre-existing apps. And then after you integrate React Native on it, you would just go to the Expo docs and integrate Expo on top of React Native, which doesn't really make sense, right? You should just do that all at once. So we did a bunch of work on that. And finally, we landed many, many fixes to ensure that all Expo packages work with Brownfield. This worked quite well with SDK 54. But if you want to just give Brownfield a try, it was still like quite tricky, right? You had to change a bunch of files. You need to get into your build system, set up pod file if you're not using Cocoa Pods, and then just like change your whole Gradle to make sure that you're including the like React Native AGP plugin and stuff like that. So on SDK 55, we went ahead and just created like a proper Expo Brownfield package. That includes a bunch of things like communication APIs, navigation, and most importantly, in SDK 55, we also introduced 2 new concepts, which are the isolated and integrated approach when it comes to Brownfield. So the isolated is what everyone is already familiar with. It's just like React Native source living inside or besides your project. It's integrated directly into your Gradle and Cocoa Pods build system. It's quite good if you want to share native files between the React Native classes and then your pre-existing native app. But it's just tricky if you want to try out for like a quick experiment. So the new thing that we added into SDK 55 is the isolated approach. The idea for that is that you keep your pre-existing native app and you create a new one, a new Expo app. And from that, you, for example, implement one single screen as like one setting screen, just as you would just like create a new app, implement the setting screen, and then to stitch those 2 apps together, you export the Expo app as a library. So for the actual native engineer, this will look like just any other library. Maybe like how they integrate a Maps library, just that has its own UI. That's the thing. Then Expo just is added on top of that project as one simple library. It's really simple to integrate. And the cool thing is that the Swift engineer that has no idea what Node, Yarn, or Metro is doesn't really need to care about that. This is a quick comparison table between those 2. And each of those, it's best for its own thing, especially like if you just have one team that's already expert or already understands the concept of React Native, you probably want to stick with the integrated approach. But if you have multiple teams that want to release independently, and that's one thing, like you can even have multiple isolated apps into one host, that would probably be the way of using the isolated approach. I've been talking a lot so far, so let's like stop for a bit and see that in action. First thing, for this scenario, I'll be using the isolated approach just for the sake of time. But imagine that you already have your pre-existing app. I don't know, like you work in Chase Bank, and actually Chase used React Native, so maybe like another bank. And you want to add React Native to it. You keep that app in there, and you create a new app just using like npx create expo app, which is basically how you create new apps. Yeah, you already know this. This will spin up the default template, and then you go ahead and add the Expo Brownfield library. So the way that this works, it will automatically add the Expo Brownfield config plugin into your app.json. And then the idea is that you would go open your React Native app. You can use the same tooling like Dev Client or whatever to do the normal development. You develop, for example, your authentication flow, which is the React Native part that you want to add into the legacy app. And once you're done with that, you run npx xpro brownfield build iOS or build Android, if you want to build for Android, of course. And that will output the Expo app as like this. Oh, this, OK. As an SPM package, in this case, because I'm specifying it. And with that, you can just kind of, OK, this will run for a few minutes. It's just sped up. But usually like takes maybe 4 or 5 minutes to build. And when this is done, you can just go to your pre-existing native app in Xcode. And this is just like a quick example of like a Swift UI app, like the template. You go there, and you add this as it would be just any other dependency, like really, really simple. By default, the output of the Expo Brownfield CLI is under the artifacts folder. So we add this, and it will show up as just any other app. Like this doesn't even require you to have anything React Native related in your computer. This could be just like one package hosted on GitHub packages or Maven, whatever makes more sense for you. Then to use it, it's quite simple. In this case, we just initialize React Native. In this case, I'm initializing it early in the main class just to make sure that when we navigate, the actual React Native instance was already created. Really simple. You import it. And yeah. So then in the actual content view, this is Swift UI, you import the framework that we added again. And in this case, I'm just adding a button in the screen that when clicked, it will navigate to the React Native app that we just created. This is using React Native View, which is one of the built-in components that we have. You can pass in the module name just as normal React Native development. And then when we run this, you have like the pre-existing app. And in a moment, it just launches the new app. OK, so this is how the isolated approach pipeline works. You have your app.json plugin. You can configure that, for example, for publishing to Maven. It has a bunch of different configurations. Then you run pre-build. This will generate the native targets. And once you are done with your like the development of the React Native app, you can just run build iOS or build Android. And this will output the artifact that you'll hand to the native development team or your own team if it's just one team, right? There's a few cool things about this because you can output this as just an XC framework or a SPM package. And on Android, you can also just use this new thing that Google released, which is Fuse Library. So it's just like the new version of FAT-AAR. Besides that, we also support something called multiple frameworks, where with one host app, you can have multiple independent React Native apps, right? So I'll show this working later on the talk. OK. Expo Brownfield includes, the package includes a few utility tools that you can use. For example, for sharing state between the native side and JavaScript. We also have like this messaging API, a few really basic navigation APIs as well, because while inside React Native, you will be navigating with, for example, React Native screens. But then whenever you want to pop again to the native land, you can just call, for example, pop to native. And of course, it also works with all the app delegate subscribers, which is basically how Expo can listen for your life cycle, like the life cycle of the app. This is cool and all, I know, but AI era, so no one really implements this anymore. It's just like, please, Claude, add this. So we of course, have implemented a Brownfield skill. It's in our official plugins repo. And what this skill does is that it helps you take the decision of which approach makes more sense for you. It also will just do all the boilerplate code that it's necessary. For the integrated approach, it's a bit more convoluted, but I mean, Claude will take care of it. And on the isolated, it's just like really simple steps. And the cool thing here is that our skill has already mapped the most common errors. So the likelihood of you just like one-shotting this, it's like really big. And that's how you prompt once and add Expo to your app, right? So in SDK 55, we released that. And the one thing that was clear to us is that, OK, this might be cool, but we don't have any customers doing that. Because at Expo, we developed the tools, and then like, on that cycle, people will use it and give us feedback, right? So one way that we found to just shorten the cycle was to try to integrate this with as many open source apps as we could. The idea that I had, specific to Chain React actually, was it would be super cool if we integrated this with 100 open source apps, right? That was maybe a naive on my part because 100 is quite a big number, and you only really realize when you start to integrate each one of those manually. But the plan was simple, like, let's get one app, fork it, integrate Expo Brownfield on it, build, record, and test it, and then we collect feedback. On the feedback part is where the human actually enters the game, and it will just analyze what went wrong and how we can improve on that. We came up with an app list. You'll see some big names like Firefox, Signal, WordPress, Wikipedia. We wanted to have a bit of everything just to ensure that this implementation would work with a bunch of things. I started to implement each one of those manually, and maybe by the third or fourth app, I realized that, man, like Chain React is in like 1 or 2 months. I might not have enough time to do all the 100, right? So on my mind was like, OK, we need to automate this. Like, this is taking a bunch of time, and it's taking all my disk space on my machine as well, because each app may take like 20 or 30 gigabytes of your disk when building. So this is where Tuft comes in. So Tuft is this project that we've been working internally at Expo, and it's basically like a different way to work with AI agents. Tuft has its own machine, and it runs in this completely isolated environment. It will commit as like its own agent, and you can restrict the environment variables, what it has access to it, and it can just iterate by itself without like compromising your computer. So the cool thing is that you can talk to Tuft via Slack or iMessage, and it's all just doing that in the background, like in its own machine while you're working on whatever else you need to do. If you want to give this a try, we now have the waitlist open, and it's just like tuft.dev or the QR code. And I mean, yeah, tuft.dev is like really simple to access. So, OK, got Tuft set up in my machine. And to start integrating all the apps, we decided to create just this like Kanban style board so that Tuft could go through each ticket, read the quick description of what it should do, and then just add the feedback on that. So it's exactly the same thing that I described before, but instead of a human doing, it's AI, right? So this was Friday night. I remember clearly. I just left my computer, and I asked Tuft to implement this. Like, OK, let's start implementing ish. Like, in a few minutes, it replied me, maybe more than a few minutes, because the first time it had to install Xcode. But it started to implement this. And like maybe after 30 minutes, I got a reply like, hey, ish implementation is done. And like, here's the video of that running. Like, and this was directly on my Slack. I was like, man, this is amazing. Like, this is why I pay Anthropic so much, right? This is why they can have all my tokens. Like, man, what a good era to be here. So like, best thing ever. Let's do the next one, because this was the first one that I did that. So OK, now let's do NewPipe. NewPipe is this Android app. And it started running, and then eventually just replied me, yeah, like, that's not really happening. Like, you're not one-shotting this. And I was like, man, come on. Come on. But we did this so many times. And the cool thing is that with AI, you can offload all this heavy lifting. And every time that it hits an issue, and like Charlie was just talking about this like diary earlier today, and every time it hit an issue, this resulted in a product fix or a skill update. So eventually, this just gets so much robust. Like it resulted in many, many PRs on the Brownfield side, and it just helps you to get the consistency and to make sure that this will just like one shot on everything that you throw at it. I have just 2 quick examples, just don't want to take too much time of this, on like different apps that we integrated. First one was WordPress. And WordPress, it's interesting because you probably didn't know, but they ship with React Native, and I think it's for the text editing component, just for that. So when we wanted to add Expo on top of that, class names would just clash, right? Because you can't just have like the exact same classes implemented twice. So it was quite a challenge for us. But we added this feature called multiple frameworks, where you can just mingle the symbols of this, of the XC framework that you're adding on top of it. So you can have like independent React Native versions or React Native implementations just running on the side. This might not be the best in terms of like app size and stuff like that, but for a quick experimentation or just like for something that you need to have independent runtimes, this is quite useful. We tried out the same thing on Android. Pocket Casts is not an app that uses React Native, but for that one, we added Expo twice in the app and 2 independent packages. The way that this works is that Expo A, in this case, has like the shared runtime, and Expo B, it's just like this, like consuming this as a satellite app, so it's quite cool. And after that, like you kind of repeat this process 100 times, and this is how you basically get Expo running everywhere, and you prompt once and integrate everywhere. Cool. OK, so the one thing that I want for you guys to take home from today is maybe like next time, especially if you work in an agency or something like that, next time that your client wants to just like rewrite and create a new app from scratch, it might be easier to just like slowly and incrementally adopt React Native, possibly just using the isolated approach. And then you can have the consistency of an app that already existed. You have already QA'd everything, and like each week, just implement a new screen. As always, everything that I do is open source. So the Expo Brownfield package is open source, the skill, and all the 100+ examples are in in GitHub, like Expo/Expo Brownfield examples. Yeah, thanks again for being here. And if you have any questions, just like hit me down the hall later on. Thank you, guys.
Wait right there, hold on.
Yeah.
We gonna wait it for a little minute. Did it happen?
No, I'm sorry.
I thought,
Later in the after party, you'll see it.
No, bro, that's how you got me last time, and we ended up married for 3 years. No, go. It's ridiculous. He didn't hiccup once, did he? So from now on, don't believe nothing else I read about these people, because they lying to me. All right, couple of things. Who was here at the workshop yesterday? Oh, a lot of folks. All right, so if you were at the workshop and today you saw some cool chalky stuff on the sidewalk, the idea by Gant and executed by Miss Lonnie, are you in here? Oh, now all I heard was yeah. Where you at? In the back. Oh, in the back, sitting down. All right, so y'all wave at Lonnie. She was the one down on the ground making all the arrows and all the cool chalk stuff. And so y'all can wave at her and let her know y'all thought it was cool. All right. Funny story about Portland being, people make fun of Portland being weird. So last night, late, we're sitting there and we're doing the chalk things and we're making the arrows so nobody got lost coming up a straight street. And so I got down to help with the chalk, but getting up wasn't happening, right? So I'm struggling. I'm 230, almost 240. She 1.5 pounds. She's trying to help me get up. This dude comes running across the street almost at midnight. Are you okay? Now I'm embarrassed. He thought I had fallen in the street and somebody was trying to help me up. And he was so nice about it, though. He was really sweet. And I said, no, bro, I'm just old. He went, oh, okay. We don't get that here in Portland. So everybody's damn young with blue hair. Everybody. But no, it's really nice. Everybody's been amazing. But really, it was a lot of fun doing that and creating. There's some other cool stuff outside if you see it. Do two things. One, I need y'all to start going on the Twittergram. Is that right? Am I saying that right? I don't know, you young people do things. Start hashtagging and adding the conference. Get that going so that we trend. I did that? You heard me. More gangster. All right, so do that. You know, if you're enjoying the conference, shout out one of the speakers. If you've enjoyed the speaker, shout out Gan and the Infinite Red people for putting this together. Shout out the venue. I love the Armory. You know, everybody that's been helping and working, shout them out on the Twitter, do the hashtaggy thing and the @ thing, and get it going. And if you see Gant, say, wow, that lady that did that chalk was really cool. That must have been really hard, especially late at night. So you got to tell him just like that so he knows, okay? But I really want y'all to get online, so I want to see that coming up. If you want to talk about somebody cooler than a dude that hiccups once every hour, I asked this young lady, I said, tell me something cool about yourself. And she said, oh, you know, I'm from Seattle. All right. And I was like, okay, we're going to have to go from there. And she's like, oh, but I like chickens. Yeah. Chickens? And she's talking about the chickens, and they're so cute. And I said, it's got to be something else. And she thinks, and she says, oh, I change engines on motocross cars. And then I go out and I ride on abandoned airfields and make circles. And then last week we switched an engine in a moose copter or whatever the hell. And I said, baby, you could have left that chickens out of it. I'm excited about this. When you see this young lady, you got to remember, let me read this right. She repairs cars and she also runs something called autocross. Do y'all know what that is? Me either. I didn't know it's the first time, so once again, she could be lying. But I don't think she is. Make a whole lot of noise for the super cool and not just for the chickens, Miss Isabella!
Thank you. Is Ken not the greatest MC you've ever seen at a React conference? Like, he just brings the vibes. So, like he said, I'm Isabella. I am a lead software engineer at Disney. My team owns all of the unauthenticated Disney streaming experiences, so Disney+, Hulu, ESPN, and I've been working on front end for about 10 years now, focusing on user experience, accessibility, developer tooling. And like Ken said, I came all the way from beautiful sunny Seattle to be here in Portland. Thank you. And he's not lying. These are my race cars. We have a 36-year-old Miata and trying to buy another one, hopefully this weekend. We've done tons of work to them. I also ride motorcycles with my husband. And G2I is actually a great company in Florida, and they gave me this awesome Vibe Killer shirt, so I had to do a little photo shoot for them and give them a shout out. But so I know that I am the only thing standing in between you guys and lunch today. So we're gonna jump right in and start talking about automated testing and how it's actually a lot more straightforward than hopefully you guys think. So we're gonna look at why we care about automated testing, why we should invest our engineering time in this. And then we're gonna take a look at what's in our toolbox, what are all of the different technologies that we're gonna use to make this work. And then we're gonna dive into some code, look at actual, it's not React Native, I'm sorry, but a React app, and look at writing accessibility testing and visual regression testing, and then get it all set up in our CI/CD pipeline. So first things first, we all are engineers, we all need to test our code, right? If you are a more independent engineer and maybe you own the entire product, or you're working with a client and you're owning things end to end, or you're like me and you work on a team that owns a very tiny little part of something that's a lot larger, we still need to test everything that we do. And manual testing is great. It's not something that we'll ever replace, I think. We need to be in there making sure that, okay, Claude wrote some code or we wrote some code and we're gonna actually validate that it works the way we expect it to work. But this can be really time consuming, especially when we're doing regression testing or looking at things that maybe touch a much larger scope of our project. And that's where we really want to focus on automated testing. And this is going to let us integrate into these CI/CD processes so that we know before we ever merge code in that we are not breaking something, and especially we're not breaking something in production, right? So you guys are probably familiar with automated tests in like unit tests and integration tests. And those are great for kind of the smaller picture. But when we talk about things like automated testing for larger user flows, we want to see the exact user journey that someone is taking through our product. And if we can offload these user journeys into these repeatable tests that run in our CI/CD processes, and we spend that engineering time to create these very robust systems, we can then just let the automated systems do their thing, and we can actually develop new exciting features, right? And I think that that's probably the most exciting part of our jobs. So we're going to focus on accessibility and visual regression automated testing today, because I think that's probably the most intimidating set of tests to write. At least it was for me when I was first getting started setting this up at Microsoft and then at Disney. But they really give you such a big benefit, and once they're up and running, you can kind of just let it do its thing and trust in the system. So these are the tools that we're going to be leaning on today. First is Playwright. That's going to be our industry standard automation framework. It's great because it's cross-browser, cross-platform. You can use it in many languages. It's open source. There's tons of powerful tooling. It can generate tests for you, and it has a lot of good support for debugging tests and a lot of different plugins that you can use with it. And then we're going to lean a lot on GitHub Actions. That's going to be our CI/CD automation tool. And so that's going to give us the ability to do event-driven execution of the tests that we're writing. So you could imagine that maybe we'll have an automated action in GitHub run every time a change is pushed to a PR or every time a PR is merged into main. We don't have to worry about triggering it. It's all going to just take care of itself. And these things exist in all the other DevOps platforms, but I think GitHub is probably going to be what most of us are used to working in, so we'll focus on that. And then finally, we're going to take a quick peek at Docker. We won't do a deep dive. Docker can be a very complex thing to work in, but you can kind of think of it as like a very lightweight environment that's going to give us consistency across our tests. And that's probably the biggest takeaway that you guys should have today is there's nothing worse than flaky tests, right? If your test is flaky, it's going to get skipped, it's going to get disabled, and there will be a time when someone disables it and it actually was catching a bug, and that bug is going to go into production. And if you can't trust your tests, you might as well not have them. All right, so we have all of our tools, and we can actually dive into looking at some code for the first part, which is going to be setting up the accessibility testing. So to kind of set the stage, our goal is going to be to write a set of tests that's going to run for each page on our site, and it's going to check to see if there's any accessibility errors. So very quick, we don't really care about what the app code looks like, but just so we have some context of what we're working with, we have a home page, we have an about page, and then we have a page of all of my favorite keyboards. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to install Playwright. PNPM create Playwright is going to take us through a bunch of setup steps, and the most important thing is that it's going to generate this config file. So we'll be able to run all of our tests in parallel, which is great for our scalability. We're going to be able to determine what test reports get generated. So the HTML reports are going to be great for just us as local developers, being able to quickly see what failures happened. And then the JSON reporter is going to let us kind of parse through that data in a more automated fashion. We're going to have just basic configurations of where our app is running, what browsers and devices we want to test against. And then the web server command is really great because we can do kind of an environment-based command, and this will just run automatically. We don't have to start up our own servers. We just run our Playwright tests, and this will take care of all of the app setup beforehand. So now we're actually ready to start writing our test code. So there's a great package from AxeCore that's going to make this really easy for us. All we have to do is import it. So we'll use Playwright Navigate to go to our hard-coded page. So for now, we're just going to make it work on the keyboards page to kind of have a proof of concept that this is going to work. And then we will run the accessibility analyzer that comes from this AxeCore package. And then all we have to do is assert that there's no violations. So that's that empty array. And we're like, cool, this works great. It's working well for the keyboard page, but of course we want to make sure that, this is going to run for every page on our site. And I know as developers, we just love having to maintain all of these different tests, and we love having to remember that we need to add tests for every single page that we write or for every single change that we make. So to make this as easy as possible to maintain and to make sure that we are actually getting coverage on all of our pages on our site, we just want to have one test that's going to pick up all of our pages automatically. We don't have to write a new test per page. And we think that maybe we could just navigate to our home page. Maybe there's a nav element on in our DOM, and we can grab all the URLs in there and just loop through them and run this test that we just saw worked, right? Great idea. But that would be too easy. And I struggled a lot with this when I was first trying to get this to work, right? And the reason that this doesn't work is because Playwright first does a synchronous pass, and that synchronous pass is going to detect all the tests that it has to run. And then after it does this test detection, it's going to do an async pass to actually run all of our tests in parallel. And unfortunately, the before hooks and things like that aren't part of the test discovery process. So we're kind of stuck here. This is not a viable solution. So now we think, okay, maybe we can use a single test because we couldn't do multiple tests last time. And we'll still detect all of the URLs on our site, and we'll just iterate through them in a test.step. And that kind of works, but there's way more cons than pros for this approach. Test steps can't be run in parallel, so we lose all of the scalability that we have. And then there's just some kind of developer experience things that aren't great. Test steps don't display their names, and so it can make debugging and reporting really icky to deal with. So we really want something that's going to be a good developer experience, because otherwise people just aren't going to write these tests, right? So eventually we land on a compromise. And what we're going to do is have a separate test or a separate script, some mechanism that will generate a JSON file that has all of the URLs that we want to test. And the nice thing about this is that this could be offloaded to a Playwright test that goes through our DOM and finds all of the URLs in a nav. We could grab URLs from maybe Datadog, going through what are our top pages on our site for our top regions, and kind of have a little bit more of a scoped set of URLs that we want to focus on. But as long as we have this JSON file of URLs, we're set. And then all we need to do is read the URLs from that file and then just iterate through them and run a test. And you might be thinking, this looks just like the first approach. Why does this work and the other one doesn't? And this works because we're using the read file sync, so that is still a synchronous request, and that lets it be discovered by the Playwright test discovery step. So at that point, Playwright knows exactly how many tests we need to run, and it can actually iterate through them. And this is great because it keeps our tests running in parallel, it keeps all of our test reporting very clean, and maybe the only con that you could argue is that we have to make sure that we kind of maintain this JSON file. But it does open us up to kind of some more options of how we get this data. So maybe it's a pro, maybe it's a con. but it's something that we can pretty easily automate. So in our package.json, we'll just create some little helper commands that will generate our test URLs and then run our accessibility tests and open the report. And our report ends up looking something like this. So we can see that one page passed, but 2 other pages failed. And when we dig into the report, we can see that the keyboard page failed because we're actually missing alt text on all of these images. And the report will actually point out the exact error that we saw and then what nodes in our DOM have that failure. And then if we were to go in and add all the alt text to our images and rerun the test, we'll see green check marks. And we're like, cool, now we're confident that this page doesn't have any accessibility errors. So that's a pretty good setup. We kind of have a good mechanism for how are we getting the pages that we want to test and how are we able to iterate through all of them and run a set of tests in Playwright. So now we can take everything that we've learned from there and move on to maybe a little bit more of a complex testing scenario, which is our visual regression testing. And this will be pretty similar to the accessibility tests. We want to run this for every page, take a screenshot of that page and compare it to a known good baseline, and just see if there are any visual changes that maybe weren't intentional. And this is really great for just catching like these weird side effects that you're like, oh, I changed code over here and I had no idea that it was going to affect this other part of my app. So this is our app. We're going to do the exact same approach that we had for the accessibility tests. So we will navigate to our routes that we grabbed from the JSON file. We're just going to use the built-in Playwright screenshot tool. So we'll grab the screenshot, we'll clean up the name a little bit, and then we're just going to assert that it matches the baseline. And the first time you run this, of course, you don't have any baselines, so it's going to be what you get. And then in future runs, it will do actual pixel-by-pixel comparisons against the baseline. And then just like before, we'll add some kind of helper scripts that will just run this test for us and open our report. So if we were looking at our About page, we already ran this test. This is our baseline. And then let's say I went into the code and I made some changes and I accidentally deleted the headshot that's on this page. So if I were to rerun the visual regression test we just wrote, we'll see a failure. And if I open the report, you'll see the expected baseline on the left and then the actual image that was generated from that test on the right. And it will also give you a pixel-by-pixel comparison, so you can see exactly what failed. And so in this pixel-by-pixel comparison, you can see, like, very obviously the headshot is missing, but there's also a ton of noise around the text. And this is something that Playwright calls out on their site. And this is something that if you are going to be implementing visual regression testing, you must account for these pixel differences. Otherwise, your tests will be flaky, it's gonna be noisy, everyone is gonna be mad at you. So this flakiness is just caused by environment issues. And that could be different operating systems. Even if you're like on a different minor version, that could impact your results, different browsers, different viewports, async content, all of this stuff. And so usually these will materialize as like slight layout shifts or browsers rendering your fonts a little bit differently. And so for us to get actual reliable regression tests, we need to use Docker. And this is going to give us our consistent environment test run over test run. So it doesn't matter if you're running your test on your machine versus your coworker running it on their machine or in CI. Everything will be in the same environment and you won't have any of that noise. So Docker's a complicated beast. I'm not an expert in it, but imagine we've already set up Docker. The most important thing that we're going to look at is the Docker file. So we want to make sure that our container is using the Playwright image of the version that matches the Playwright version you're running your tests on. And then we want to make sure that we're copying over all of our test-related files from our machine to the container, and the same for the production build of our site. And then we can run our command for whatever test we want to use, and we can use like a just command line variable to say if we're running the accessibility test or the visual regression tests. And we'll just add some like helper scripts in our package.json just to keep things really easy. And they will build our image, run our container, run them for each test. And we can use this both on our local machine when we're going through our regular QA process, and then we can also use these same commands in our CI/CD pipelines. And then we have some like helper scripts for like cleaning up our Docker image and being good citizens of our resources. So where this really kind of all comes together is being able to run these automated tests automatically, right? We don't want to have to worry about making sure that devs are running this every time they open up a PR. We just want it to be done in the background so that we are guaranteed that we're going through all of these kind of QA steps as part of our process. So we're going to do this with GitHub Actions. We're going to create a new YAML file that lives under GitHub/workflows. So it's one YAML file per action. The trigger that we'll use for this is when we push any changes to any PR branch. So as long as you have a PR open for that branch, anytime you push a change, this action will rerun. We do some generic setup work. We're just setting up Node, we're installing dependencies, all of that boring stuff. And then we'll actually run our tests. Now here's kind of where things get a little bit more complex. After we run our tests, we still have a bunch of stuff that our action has to do. The first thing is that we want to explicitly fail the job if the tests fail, but we still want to let the action keep running so that we can get access to all of our test reports. So we have this if failure will fail, but then we also have this if always, so it doesn't matter if the test passed or failed, we want to copy the test report from the Docker container to the GitHub action. We need to make sure that we're uploading the test report as an artifact to our job run, and that's what's going to give us access to it when we're going back to the action later. And then we will publish that artifact so that we can actually open it up in the GitHub interface. And then we're really good citizens, and so we do a bunch of Docker cleanup work so we don't just have like containers and images floating around in space. So if I go and open a PR and push changes to it, you'll see that we have two separate actions that get run. One is for our accessibility tests, and one is for our visual regression tests. And so this just happened automatically. I didn't have to do anything to trigger this, besides opening up the PR. And then for the purposes of this demo, I left in a bunch of bugs. And you can see that both of these actions failed, and my merge is blocked. So if I were to click into the failed action, I can see the detailed reports for both of these tests directly in the GitHub UI. So I can see that I have 2 tests that passed, 1 test that failed. I can see exactly what the failures were, and then I also have the option to download the entire test report artifact locally if I want to like poke around more or save it as a reference for later. And then I'm a really good dev, so I'm going to go in, I'm going to fix all my bugs because I want to get this PR merged in. I tested it locally, everything's working great, so I push a new commit with the fixes, and the actions get re-triggered, and now they show that I have all 3 tests pass and I have the green check mark. And then once you have the green check mark, your PR is greenlit to merge, and so we are not blocking on that anymore, and we're good to go. So once we're able to verify that this whole kind of process is working in CI/CD, we can start to think about maybe some more ways that we can optimize this. So right now, both the accessibility and the visual regression actions, they do their own build for the production site before they run the test suite. So one thing we should probably think about doing is creating a separate action that's just responsible for building the production build of our site, and then publishing that as an artifact that then all of our test actions can consume and run. That way we're not duplicating effort and we're reducing our CI/CD pipeline time dramatically. Then we can probably have maybe some more advanced tooling just to make the developer experience a little bit better for our visual regression testing. where we can maybe see our baseline and our new image side by side and click accept or deny for the new baselines if a change was intentional. And then these are always things that you can, funnel into different tools like Jenkins as you kind of continue to scale your product and your developer tooling, just to make kind of the maintenance of some of these systems a little bit easier. But hopefully this has kind of given you a peek into what might kind of come off as really intimidating, like automating these accessibility and visual regression tests. You don't need to be an expert in any of these tools. I certainly wasn't and still am not. But I think as long as we each kind of pitch into adding these small improvements into our dev processes, we kind of get to a better state where we can ship higher quality code, we can focus our time on adding user value into our products instead of just maintaining systems and maintaining tests. And we can just have the confidence that we're putting out, the best that we can for our users without introducing regressions. So I will leave this slide up. If folks want to take pictures, there's the code for the demo repo that we were working in, so you can actually see that PR with the actions and their failures and their passing states, and then all of the slides. And I will be around for the conference, and I hope that you guys come reach out and chat, and I'd love to see kind of what projects you're working on and talk more about keyboards or cars or accessibility. Thank you.
Awesome. Some amazing. Photographer, you don't want them now. You want them after the break later on this evening, right? Cool. All right, we're going to make our break for lunch. A couple of things. Number one, I want to thank 3 organizations, Sentry, Code Rabbit, and React Vision. Reps from them, anybody? I know we have a booth for one of them. They gave out scholarships, some diversity scholarships for individuals to be here, and we're super grateful for that. So we want to thank them for that. And before we head out, I am awful at this. I'm a teacher, so I'm awful at advertising myself. I forgot. My Twitter name is really easy. It's Kenneth LaFrance. I couldn't think of anything cool, so I just put my name. So you never know if you need, if your company needs someone, if you have an event or whatever to MC, like if you own a company and you need something that you want to pay somebody $80,000 to come do, one weekend you can have it. Just let me know or just say hi. I'm not often on the Twitter, just usually during these events. You guys have been amazing. Okay, we're going to go to lunch. Act like you know how to act. Go to the potty. Wash your hands. Right? Okay? And no pushing or shoving. The food's all downstairs, but we do have spaces upstairs for people to eat and relax. Also, it's a beautiful day in Portland if you want to go outside and enjoy the beautifulness. Y'all have been amazing so far. There will be a test after lunch to make sure that you're good. And no, you can't say computer work. All right? You guys have been amazing. Go have lunch. We'll see y'all in a bit. All right. Look, if I have any red shirts that can hear me outside, skadoodle those folks in. Thank y'all. You're coming in. Thank you. Any red shirts, skadoodle the folks in. What's really exciting, and this is great y'all are here. Dev, you all set up? You come here. You stand by me. Just Dev. You got to come here. So his intro is easy. All right? We were talking at the dinner, blah, 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 blah. But then he started saying, I can solve a Rubik's Cube in 30 seconds. So you know a brother went and got a Rubik's Cube. All right? And listen, if he don't do it in 45 seconds, I want y'all to boo him. And I mean, like, it's got to come from the esophagate, right up in here. It's like, right? So you're not nervous, are you?
I told you that's the wrong cube.
Oh, bro, Look at that. Count them sides. That's 9. That's not. Look, the 9 on this one. What do you know? It's 9. All right. So you ready? Hold on a second. Hold this. Wait. Look at it and do the thing y'all do. They all do that. It's like, Look at it. You got it?
Yes.
Hold on a second. We got a clock right here. Keep looking at. Don't you twist nothing. All right. You ready? Nerd. Go.
This is not a speed.
Oh, bro, I don't want to hear all that. Just go ahead on and solve it. The clock is looking.
Oh no, I messed it up already.
Just not during his speech. We love him during that, but right now.
Do you know what a speed cube is?
Oh my
Do
God.
people know what a speed cube is?
Do you know what failure is? Come on, bro.
I do. Trying.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, it's not enough at all. This is slow. This is slow, so slow. If only I had my cube. You could have prepared me better for this.
Oh, okay. Because I came up to you and told you you could do this.
Yeah. Okay, that took about what, a little over a minute?
Yeah, okay, that's great, baby.
There we go. That's a minute.
All right. Okay.
60 seconds.
Luckily, it did take a minute.
Yes.
It was a minute. He got it. So, I want to boo you so hard. Hold on a second. Hey, Atlanta. Boo! All right, I just wanted to get that out of the way. That's all right. Thank you so much, man. All righty, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for all kind of smartness. He did it. It wasn't under 40 seconds, but it's not a speed cube, y'all. Right? Y'all make a whole lot of noise for the coolest dude around here. Make it happen, Dev!
Thank you very much. And it's very exciting to be here because I'm going to tell you all to delete your state management libraries. Thank you for coming to my first conference talk, or first talk of this conference. If you saw my name on the schedule twice, that is not a bug. I did happen to scam Infinite Red folks into giving me 2 speaking slots so I can spread the word, spread the message of the Lord, I guess. But before that, hi, I'm Dev, and I'm a dev. I've been building full-stack apps for about 9 years, mostly using JavaScript, some other languages here and there as well. I'm going to work with CodeMod as a software engineer. I'm currently building a framework called Spectre, which it makes your AI agents more reliable at building applications. So if you like using coding agents and want better outputs, more deterministic outputs out of them, stop me after this talk or just check out Spectre. I'm a core team member of Solid.js. I sometimes contribute to TimeStack ecosystem as well. And if you like my talk today, you're probably going to like some of my content on YouTube and X as well. So let's get to the message of the Lord, SQLite. How many of you know what SQLite is? That is almost everyone. That's great. How many of you use SQLite in your applications? That's also a very good number. That's great. How many of you use SQLite as the primary data persistence and state persistence layer in your apps? That's a much smaller number. OK, kind of as well. Final question. How many of you use sync engines? That's awesome. That's a pretty good number, honestly. OK, so People are familiar with SQLite, that's great, but not everyone uses it for kind of like all the state management, which is fair. Let's talk about state itself. What is state management? Well, when our users interact with our application, our apps need a way to remember what interactions have happened over time and to keep them displayed on the user's screen or the UI. State is simply a way for us to keep track of some data over the lifetime of applications. And state management is writing the logic of how exactly state changes and mutates over time in response to user interaction, and how state is displayed in the UI. So how does state management even work? How do we do state management? Well, our framework provides us with a very handy mechanism called useState that we can use. It's pretty simple. It's an extremely flexible and powerful primitive that we all have access to as application developers. But there are some problems when we use this directly for our application state. What exactly do we store inside a useState? It's a single value. And every time we update, every time we call this set value, we have to give it a new value. Otherwise, React doesn't understand this as like a different piece of state. And every time component re-renders, we have to pick some fields. If it's a number, we just show the number. But if it's an array, if it's an object, we have to pick which fields show up in the UI at any point in time. So we have to give it some structure. A single value by itself is not always enough. We have to decide how do we structure the data that lives inside this useState. And what happens to the state in here if we navigate to a different part of the application, or if we happen to close the application? Well, it's lost. The whole point of the state is that we need to remember something that happens, but useState simply loses all the state as soon as you navigate away, as soon as it's not in the view anymore. So now we have to also decide how do we persist this data into some sort of a disk, somewhere where we can easily retrieve it if the application opens up again, if you can go back to the screen, and you have to see what the data was the last time. So none of that is like super scary. We as application developers have been writing this sort of logic forever. But the problem is when the app gets complicated, all of this kind of gets tangled together. Our business application logic, that's actually the thing that we care about, that our users care about, gets kind of mixed up with logic that gives our state some structure, and some logic that persists and retrieves it from some sort of a disk. SQLite is a small database that most of you are familiar with that basically gives us a bunch of different ways of doing this structure and persistent logic out of the box. So all the complicated logic that we might build around our state kind of just evaporate away when we start using databases like SQLite for what they're really good at. So as an example, here I have like a simple task tracking app that I've been using for myself. This is actually a much smaller version of the app that I actually use every day. But you can see that pretty much all of my state here just lives in local SQLite database that I can simply query inside my React component. So I have my tasks, I have some journal entries, and they all, both of them live in different tables. So instead of a state for that's a giant array or a giant object with all this data, it simply lives in SQLite where I can query it however I want, wherever I want in different ways. I still have a little bit of state here for ephemeral UI state that doesn't actually need to persist for long. And then down here, I have simple insert statements for when there's actual user interaction. So when I go into the when I go into the input box, I type something and I press enter. It simply inserts into my SQLite database, and it doesn't really have to do anything else. When I toggle something, I just update certain fields inside my database. And the reason that this works is because all the state, it kind of works like useState, where as soon as you make some changes, these queries are automatically going to rerun. This is not something SQLite can do out of the box on its own, so we do need to give it some help. So in this case, I'm using something called PowerSync, which I'm going to talk more about tomorrow. But this basically gives our SQLite queries, it makes them reactive. So if any of the data in here changes, the query is going to rerun, and our component is going to receive up-to-date data, just like how it would when you use a regular state management library or the useState hook. On top of that, if we're all probably using AI agents to help us build apps, how many of you are not using AI to help you write code? Fantastic. So then you would probably know that AI is really, really good at writing SQL. It has been trained on decades of SQL for all sorts of data manipulation and analysis, so it's going to be naturally really good at helping you write this logic. Now, there's a lot that I didn't cover in this talk, especially how you might handle taking all of this data in your local SQLite database in these applications and synchronizing it with a server, because we have data on the server side as well, and most of the work that we do as application developers is write logic that keeps the client and server in sync and handle all the complexities of asynchronous operations. So my talk tomorrow will go over those in more detail. Today, I just wanted to tell you all how SQLite is something that you can easily use as your regular state management within your applications and not have your persistence and structuring logic be entangled with the rest of your application. SQL is really powerful. We should all be using a lot more in our applications. And that's the end of my talk today. Thank you very much. Well, leave it.
Give it up for Give it up for Dev. Oh, I get music first. Y'all, give it up for Dev. Good job. He did do under a minute. I'm going to let him slide on that. All right, so sometimes you guys bury the lead. And what I mean by that, I ask all of my speakers, hey, tell me something cool about yourself. And so this guy's like, oh, I ride motorcycles. Like, okay, that's cool. Like, I don't know, I kind of like adventure. Like, that's great. Anything. Well, from 11 to 18, I lived in Kenya. When was you gonna tell me this, bruh? So this dude, you ready for this? He lived in Kenya from 11 to 18. What's the coolest thing? Oh, we had this little beach all to ourselves on the Indian Ocean where we would just, and then one time we went out camping and these hyenas walked by us, but I guess they didn't want to eat us that day. Bruh. So this dude's really cool. Oh, no, here's the other part he buried. He rafted the Nile. Dude, I don't even want to cross the Mississippi. How? He rafted the Nile. And he lived. He saw some Nile crocodiles, right? He said he petted one, brought it home, named it Fred. That's not the, okay, that was you? No, all right, okay. But he did all these cool things, and once again, bruh, if you want to hire a teacher for $80,000 so I can raft the freaking Nile, and so that's the start, right? You start them. So what if they do a good job? Do you give them more money? As a teacher, I don't understand what this means. Okay, wait. So if you're successful at your job, y'all people pay y'all more money? I got to take this back home. I have never, all your kids pass and stuff, and you know what they give you? A mug. World's best. All right, you all set, my brother? Oh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman has no fear. He has stared down hyenas. He's wrestled crocodiles. He punched a lion one time, and the lion said, ouch, and he said, shut up. That's what he did. Make all kind of noise for the Mac Daddy of all, Dustin Masters.
What's up, y'all? All right, let me get my screen moved over. Okay, so, make sure this loads. Hi, I'm Dustin Masters. I go by Masters most of the time, and I'm here to talk to you about our adoption to pull in React Native in a legacy app. I work for a company you may have heard of called Regal Cinemas. It's kind of bright out there. I left some swag on the swag table. Raise your hand if you got one of the popcorn-flavored chapsticks. Okay, I want to get your picture. The crew at home won't believe me when they tell them I was able to get rid of all the popcorn-flavored chapsticks. So anyhow, there's probably like 10 of them left in the box on the swag swap upstairs. But anyhow, Regal is one of the 4 major theater chains in the United States. We call them exhibitor chains. There's 400 theaters in the United States, and the headquarters is in Knoxville, Tennessee, where I'm from. And our adoption to pull in React Native, since the talk is trialing React Native, this app does several $1 million of revenue per year. And it's one of those, like, if it breaks in production, there's a lot of people who are picking up the phone and calling me really quickly trying to bring the app up. So like when you hear about React Native in the context of like a brand new app or like a little toy app on Twitter, we're trying this new AI development flow, whatever it is, you always have to look at that with the lens of it's very likely that that person promoting that developer flow hasn't shipped this in production on like a millions of user scale kind of thing. And there's very different scaling problems where, if the app crashes, let's just say 0.01% of the time, well, that could be 100,000 users in our case. So we have to be very, very cautious whenever we pull in new technology. And React Native was one of those where we went, well, we're building the same UI on 3 different platforms. Like you've heard the story before for why you would pick a hybrid framework. I built this feature in iOS in Swift, and I have to do it again in Kotlin and Android, and again on web. And so that's what I have up here. This is the ticketing app. So in case you're not familiar with using the Regal app, you can use it to buy advanced tickets for Odyssey in IMAX 70mm, for instance. But despite it looking similar-ish on the 3 different platforms, it's 3 completely separate code bases. So the journey was, let's see if we can build similar UI, similar data fetching logic, and unify the 3 together. I brought up web on the right because that's a really important platform that often gets missed or treated as a second-class citizen. And React Native is one where you write your components in normal React component-driven design, and when you render it on the web, instead of rendering to a canvas, for instance, it renders to buttons and divs, and the accessibility tree works like you'd expect. So web is like a really important platform for us. Right now, the current ticketing experience on the web is Next.js. So there's a lot of, like, even though the layout controls are different, there's a lot of like component state and things that we can borrow and port to React Native. So Expo and React Native was the stack that we chose. Really strong web support out of the box, like I said. Shared foundations, talked about that. Over-the-air updates. This was another core requirement because right now we ship to the App Store, I'd say once every other week. And when a big promotion comes out, sometimes we want to ship something like the next day due to a studio request. And so our speed at just delivering features and incremental updates wasn't fast enough. So we wanted to see like what hybrid framework has first-class support for over-the-air updates. And Flutter came up on the list of things we were evaluating, and I think its over-the-air updater support is like entirely a third-party thing, and there's a lot of caveats with it, whereas our testing with React Native went really well for that. You heard it talk about brownfield earlier today. We are using a brownfield approach to pull this in, so it's still the native iOS and Kotlin shell that's owning navigation and data fetching and things like that. And then using feature flagging, we're conditionally rendering in React Native in a low-risk area, which I'll show you in a minute. And then, of course, this being a fairly large app, we have a bunch of native integrations with like the Fandango SDK, Braintree, Fraud SDKs. All of this is like native code that we need to be able to port over and not regress. So Expo modules is what we're using for that. If you haven't heard of this law before, it's really handy whenever you're scoping out work. Parkinson's law, work expands to fill the time available for its completion. AKA, if you give a project 2 years budget, you know for sure it's going to take 2 years. And when we think about big migrations, they often fail, or when you do like an autopsy on a migration, a lot of the times it failed because you weren't able to ship within a few months and learn from that in production. You always learn the most by getting your code into real users' hands. So when looking at hybrid, we couldn't pick a technology where it's like, well, we're doing 12 months of development before we'll be able to see anything in production. In this case, we were able to take, I think it was 3 months from start to finish in trialing it in one area. So the strategy, this is the Strangler Fig pattern, or the ship of Theseus, if I pronounced that right. We're going to port one page at a time, and then use feature flagging to conditionally render React Native versus the old thing. And then the old code dies, nothing points at it anymore. So think of like, if you were rebuilding a ship and you rebuilt like parts of it at a time, by the time you've ported everything, none of the original ship is left. That's what we're doing in this case. Although I think for our very last step, it's going to be using an Expo CNG generated shell instead of the legacy iOS and Android shell. But long story short, like 90% of the app is our goal to have ported over to entirely JavaScript fetching, component design, all of that. And there is always going to be some native code left around. The stack, we're using Expo 55, Expo router, the typical, like most of the Expo components we've used have worked out great. And the over-the-air updater is really the only thing that we customized. We're not using EAS. We're doing a self-hosted over-the-air updater using the Expo updater spec. And we did that because of our SLA requirements and supporting multiple environments and things like that. We're just going to skip that slide, ship within an app store release. So here's a live demo of how it works. When you launch the app, we don't initialize any of the React Native runtime until you click on the terms of service page. And right there is when it does an update. It goes and fetches the latest manifest, pulls it if it's been more than 24 hours, and then reloads it on the fly. It was actually important for us to not have the app launch a stale asset, because we might be running a promotion where we want 100% of people to have it within 48 hours. And that required a little bit of customization. Local dev. If you were to take away anything from this talk, always, always, always pay attention to the local development experience. That's for your engineers' time, but also for any agents that are going through this loop. So here's a demo of, we have iOS on the right and Android on the left, and I have an editor on the right, and I can make any change to the code that I want, and it'll hot reload in both iOS and Android at the same time. And this even works for native elements as well, so I'm going to pull in an activity indicator component. It's probably really hard to see, but we have the native loading spinner that looks different on iOS and Android. And we spent a lot of time making sure that the local dev flow worked well, because we're going to tell our entire engineering team, this is how you're building UI, and having them take 3 minutes between builds, it is going to slow down just the iteration loop. So first class local dev experience, this goes for Brownfield as well as any other stack that you might pull in. Always measure the time between you making a code change and seeing it on a real device. It's going to pay off dividends in the end. Maestro gets an honorable mention in this talk. We're using Maestro for our UI automation. So we have this tied in with Claude skills, where we say, hey, port this feature. I have Claude on the right, and then Maestro automating it on the left. I have the video sped up because Claude was taking a little bit to turn through my changes. If I rewind it a bit, so Maestro was opening the account menu, automatically scrolling down to the terms page, tapping the element, capturing a screenshot, and then later on it introduced an error on purpose, took another screenshot, and this was all done autonomously. And this is how we're starting the skeleton for building some of these new features. But even just like telling our engineers, hey, regression test this using Maestro instead of manually clicking around in the UI to test things is really helping us. Okay. Dev time is expensive. There's a lot of things that did not go well with this project. We had a lot of code signing issues with the XC frameworks that we're producing. We're using the isolated strategy that was talked about earlier, where we're shipping the binaries to a CI server and then just downloading them on the fly. Local dev flow works a little different. But all of that required lots of pairing sessions with Claude. Fable helped out a lot in working some of these bugs out. Remember that every line of code you write is a liability. And all non-trivial abstractions to some degree are leaky. So you have to make that trade-off between like pulling in hybrid frameworks means you're spending less time writing component code 3 times, but you have that trade-off of you have to maintain the CI scripting, the glue code, and things like that. Okay, Gantt did not give me enough time to fully talk this through, so I built a demo project and put it on GitHub. If this is something that would benefit you, I obviously can't open source the Regal app, but I did port it over into an app that demonstrates the over-the-air updater and the code signing CI scripting. It's right there. So this is my handle on X. You can also shoot me an email. I'd love to talk to you after the conference and get rid of some of my trading cards, or just hear about your migration story if you're doing this as well. And thank you so much.
Awesome, awesome. We're learning? Yeah. Hold on, where'd he go? Hold on a second. He was sitting over there. Where my boy? The computer is working. Where'd he go? Yeah, hold on a second. I'm gonna find him. If I got a serpentine through here, I'm gonna find you. All right, so now somebody else got to take the hit. You two, the wonderful couple. Y'all are adorable. All right, question, what do y'all learn so far? Y'all heard that, huh? Yes, give that dude some, because you have to interface slowly with the Rabasham. You got it. All right. Okay, let's see. My folks in the back, let's check. Because the light is bright. Oh, my brother directly in front of me. What have you learned? No, don't be pointing. That's you. You know how it is.
Agent-driven development is really cool. You get to automate some of the QA work and have agents drive the progression testing.
See, y'all get so excited when y'all get to talk this stuff. Yeah, the thing was and then stuff. What you got? What'd you learn?
I learned that you love Atlanta.
Oh, you fail. Oh. No, you know what? It is not, I love them though. They cool. I like y'all. We gotta, you know what? We gotta get y'all some like free New Orleans. Just, you can carry it with you. If somebody doubts your coolness, you can just bam. And it'll just, humidity will fall out your wallet. All right. Okay, so now here's what's amazing. This, I don't know if you have, who thinks that they're brave? Raise your hand if you think you're brave. All right, this young lady, right, fixes stuff at home. That's not a big deal. Fixes toasters, electronics. That's not it. She did something I don't think you would have done. You ready? Sis bought a car, didn't know how to drive, ain't had no license, nothing. And what makes it worse, she did all this for a Ford Focus. Anybody with that kind of guts, I got to like. Y'all, make a lot of noise for the bravest young lady on this stage. Give it up for Mega!
Thank you. Hello, everyone. That was very hilarious introduction I've ever heard, but thank you. And that was all true, even though I would deny it. I'm Megha Hooley. I work with Amazon as a senior program manager. When you hear about the Amazon, you think of shopping. But when you think about personalization, we think about recommendation model. When we think about recommendation model, we jump in to see how do we analyze our customer data and give a list of products. But there's always one gap that I've seen in Amazon because I work for it and then we personalize it. The one harder questions are, how do we use React to make our customers' life better by personalizing it? Not just throwing out all the products that we feel they are familiar or they are good for our business, but it is making their life better and also adding the stability for the app where we are earning the trust as well as we are personalizing it for our customer. Okay, so we all shop at every store online, right? So nowadays that we see a lot of apps are static experience. Same banners, same grid, everything looks same on no matter which apps that we are doing. But some of them are too much personalized. It's like dramatic every time we see it. So let me ask you a question. How many of you bought clothes online? Almost everyone. So then, if everyone is buying clothes and everyone is different, then why do we show the same? I'm sorry about the blur of the image. I tried my best. But consider that me, who are just using the casual browsing, I don't know what to buy, so I'm just looking for shoes, shirt, and whatever is coming up, then it's good for me. What about you guys? You guys are mission-driven, you guys are amazing smart. So I consider you guys want to buy a blazer because you want to come for React Native conference, let's call that. So when it's a mission-driven customers, then do we want to show this? Then we don't show anything, literally. So it's important we keep the relevant blazers that we have. I also want to know that what I bought and where I left. So it's important that we have relevant, fast, and predictable. But when we get super excited to make it personalized, we should never personalize price, policy, availability, and checkout. Because I've heard a lot about it. What about I'm getting it for $20, you guys get for $40? It's not fair for our customers. Personalization has a limit, but we need to consider the facts. Personalization works great when we separate our signals clearly. First one is long-term affinity. We'll consider with your amazing Blazor stories here. We know our customers has been there with us for maybe 10 years, that we know their categories, we know the brand, we know the price, comfort that they're looking for. But now, in the previously, they've always bought something like a streetwear, never been into blazer. When the person goes and buys search for the blazer, we should show the blazers, not delay it and keep refreshing because we are looking for the long-term affinity. Show the search, filter, and make sure the cart changes every time they are refreshing instead of delaying it. Placement, make sure that we have a discovery of the product, we have the product to compare, and cart to add-ons. If it is a blazer, don't look for something that the long-term they wanted to buy, would rather show with a blazer, maybe a tie or a belt. And search and saves are stronger signals. This is where we differentiate. I think we all experience this. We click by mistake on YouTube and our search history is gone. Or maybe some of our friends sends a reel on Instagram. Now we are getting the similar reels. Are we even interested in those? So it's important we calculate the stronger signals like search, saves, what are we adding to the cart, or we are saying that we really like it. So continuity, history, and priority is important. This is important that we have a scalable architecture. The React Native should not call the models directly. It should call the stable API, which give the context, that which has a placement, session, summary, and app version, and marketplace. Behind the API, personalization should coordinate with models and also personalization layer, and then it displays the right item. And clients, whenever the React Native client asks, give them the context, not any raw meta. Okay, this is, I say, real-time personalization loops. When we say real-time, it is not reactive. Just because I clicked on something does not mean that next all our profiles are gone wrong. Now I clicked by mistake on shoes. Maybe I'm not buying the shoes, I'm just browsing it, but now my feed is filled with only shoes. That is not how we're gonna work. When the customer actions, tab searches are saves, they have given us strong signals, then instead of buffering, we should give the local lightweight session context instead of saying for the long term. And give the relevant views and filters for them to see what exactly they are looking for, and then send the context key and update the model. And make sure that observe it, because they have given the stronger signals, they're not just clicking through it. And the most important part is continuous feedback. We're just not keeping it just because they've done it, we are just ignoring the certain signals. This is a simpler slide, but I think this is most practical for React developers, so I just wanted to emphasize here. So one is screen-oriented contracts. The backend should return display-ready models, not the raw data scores, right? We have seen it a lot. Sometimes it is visible on the UI as well. UI should receive an item, sessions, labor, actions, and tracking metadata. It may be add-on to a little more work for us, but it's the right way to do it. The second layer should be I do not want to every screen to implement its own authentication, own security, own validation, own caching. One personalization service should give a constant behavior with every page: home, search, product, page, and cart. Third one is stale results. Going back to our story, if the person is looking for now navy blue blazer, we should cross mark the request A, which was maybe a blazer. Now we should start giving for the navy blue blazer. So it's important for us to see what our customers are looking, not what we are thinking. With that, the major one here is it is consistent with phone, tablet, TV, Amazon Vega, and whatnot, right? It has to be given everywhere same. Because I looked for something in my laptop, if it is not reflecting it in TV, it does not make sense. Going back, AI should have the code first. Image, core, availability, and checkout should be there. And with that, parallelly, we should run the AI, but core first should not be compromised. If recommendation loads and if it does not time out, we should have a fallback options. If it is not, it should give the core functionality to proceed further. Offline mode does not mean the full AI model runs on the phone. It means the experience remains useful, predictable when network is poor or unavailable. For an example, the app can show cache core product data, a last recommendation model, or non-critical events, right? Instead of just falling back. The ranking is more than a model. Like, make sure the candidate is going first, relevant information are there, then you rank it, rule it, diversify it, and present it. Populate the right one, relevance, and make sure that the availability is there, because we don't want to show our customers something which is not available in our customer, and the moment they add to cart, we are saying it's not available. Brand and category, as for the long term, that their price, it is because we have all the information that is needed. And then order, label, and track. Personalization and testing, responsible by design. When we say that data, consent, truthful, and customer contact, it's important we consider these in the design. We always make sure these are the legal terms we'll see at the end. That's where most of the time, that's what we consider. And test by behavior, I say, either do we do UAT and we say that it's great. It's important we do contract test, failure test, experiment, and observatory. When we say test all of this, we are not only seeing click-through rates. More than that, make sure you see discovery, satisfaction, add to cart, and returns. It happens a lot, trust me, web labs and A/B testing. And at the last, 3 steps of the roadmap, which I strongly believe: foundations, relevance, and intelligence. Add the foundation stronger. Even if intelligence is not there, we will still make the business. It's important to add events, contracts, consent fallbacks, and then adding the relevance. Is it important? Is it more model for every user? When I say every user, even if it is an unknown user comes who does not have a long-term affinity, does not mean that will not show them any items. It is making sure that every customer get the information needed and then use the AI. And at the end, the personalization does not look dramatic. It feels faster, clearer, and more relevant. Using AI, even when AI is not available, we'll still be able to shop. That is all from me. I'm Megha Holi. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. Happy to answer any questions, or I connect with everybody. And also, Eric mentioned, please sign up for Amazon Developers if you want to learn more, or visit our booth. Thank you so much.
Pretty cool. All right. So a couple of things about the gentleman who's about to come up. He is from New York, one of my favorite places to visit. Any other New Yorkers here? Got a couple of them. Okay, I assume the rest were arrested. But no, that's good. Where are my other New Yorkers? Where are you? Okay. Oh, there's a little batch of y'all. Okay. And there's some more over there. Oh, you ain't from New York. Where you from? Okay, like I live in your neighborhood, bro. I don't know. Wait, what? New York City, what? Manhattan, okay. All right, are y'all Manhattan? The ones in the middle? You Brooklyn? Oh, what you said about his mama? Oh, I wouldn't take that, bruh. They talking about you. Well, damn. New York is not for the weak. That's just, hey, all right. So he is from here's the cool thing. And this is why I really like you guys, because y'all really are wonderful people at heart. He does leather work, and I said, what's the coolest thing you've made? And he said, a purse for his mom, a bag for his mom for her birthday. Like, that is really cool. And I told him I would give him a little plug. His work is called Mark Made Leather. See, because his name ain't up there. His name is Mark, right? And it's called Mark Made Leather. And he even showed me his wallet, which I took because I'm from New Orleans. Hey! I didn't. That's rude. I shouldn't have said that. That's terrible. There he is. See, his name's Mark. Mark Made Leather. That's it. Really nice guy. He also has the same kind of problem I have. Raise your hand if you have a farmer's market problem. Oh, dude, I can't go buy a farmer's market. What is your guilty buy every time? What is it? Tomatoes? Okay, what kind? See, I'm Louisiana, bro. You got to tell me what kind of tomatoes. Okay, all right, that's cool. Not Creole. What's yours? What's your guilty buy? At a farmer's market. So somebody growing pork rinds. Yes. Wait, where are you from? See. But you're not from Atlanta, though, are you? No, you from like Pig Gristle, Georgia, or something like what's the name of your town? Who? Named after Philip Dawson, who stopped there in 1732, right? Hey, look at that. See that? Yes, sir? He not rude like you Atlanta people. I like you, bro. You my new favorite. I'm going to have something for you when I come back out. The Dawsonville, I got you. Ladies and gentlemen, bang your hands together for the coolest leather maker around, Mr. Mark Goldstein.
Hey everyone, quick show of hands. I want you all to pick your agent. So just want to get a sense from you all what you're using for mobile development. So hands up for Grok. I think I see one. Any Gemini? I see a couple half hands, okay. Some cursors? Okay, like 25, 30%. How about some Claude Code? Okay, there you go. I see some hands up there, maybe about 50, 70%. So whatever agent you're using, you've probably noticed a shift in tooling. Historically, maybe in the past couple years, you've seen lots of advancement in tooling for humans. So think IDEs, dev tools. But in the past 8 to 12 months, we've seen a big shift towards building for agents. You heard a little bit about this today, things like the Expo MCP, Maestro MCP, Agent Device, Argent, you name it. And you can see like our agent, on the far left, you see a little bit of like maybe a little like toddler baby, and on the right, you see something growing. One way we can represent this is that our agents are maturing, and the anatomy of our agents, we can kind of represent it this way. So you have your brain, the agent that reasons and codes. You have your senses, your hands. You got Argent, you got Agent Device, and you've got your environment, your runtime, your pavement, your servers, and the tools around that. Things like ServSim, so on and so forth. And so, why am I here? So let me introduce myself. My name is Mark Goldstein. I lead the Client Foundations team at Chime. And if you're not familiar with Chime, we provide banking services that aim to be helpful, easy, and free. We serve over 10 million monthly active users, primarily through our mobile app, and we've been using React Native for quite some time. So today, I want to share some of the things that we've done to support the maturing space for agents, and
hopefully provide some blueprints, some lessons that might help you for your end users and for your organization. So let's talk a little bit about what's going on at Chime. So development accelerated, there's AI, it may have had an impact, and so we've got more builders. The accessibility to opening up a PR has shot down quite a bit, so we've got a lot more people contributing to our mobile repository, more PRs, and we've also got a lot more builds. So you want to make a change, you want to be able to test it on your device. And there are some bottlenecks that have existed that maybe were paper cuts or operational inefficiencies we've learned to tolerate in the past. But with this new growth, looking at like the 5 to 10 minute local build time, you have a new package, you need to clear your pods, you need to just do all local development issues, optimistically sometimes 5 to 10 minutes. There's also, sometimes around 20 minutes for actually getting a full build, particularly for Android. And that can kind of take a long time, and they're also manual. So if you're throwing up 20 PRs or working on work trees, that can quickly start to clutter your work environment. And also slow reviews. I mean, the AI volume of PRs is really making it hard to keep up with reviewing code, and I think we've all can relate to that feeling. So what I'm going to go through is addressing these bottlenecks in 3 areas and talk a little bit about how we've done it at Chime from a pretty high level since we don't have that much time, but happy to chat more afterwards to go into these more. And I have some other talks where I go a little bit deeper into some of these areas. So there's builds, there's distribution, and there's validate. So for the first one, for building local development, there's a pretty simple solution for this. A cache, and talk a little bit about how we do this is using Expo Fingerprints. And if you haven't used Expo Fingerprint or checked it out, you totally should. Essentially, a fingerprint is a representation of your build time dependencies. You could think of it as like your native dependencies, and it'll stay the same as long as those dependencies don't change. What's really cool is you can customize it, so you can have custom calculation of when your fingerprint changes and when it doesn't, and then some storage for these builds to make it available. Think something like AWS S3, some access to download these and CLI tooling. So that is for part 1. For part 2 is a little bit of a bigger chunk of infrastructure, which is Chime, our dog fooding app. And our Chime dog fooding app is an internally distributed, self-updating universal app that allows you to update and check out pull request code and stay up to date of the latest code for the app. And what's really cool about this is if you want to check out a change, all you do is leverage the infrastructure that we built for build caching, and we say, hey, does this fingerprint and the update that we want to do, let's say we're on main and we want to check out Seb's cool branch, we just have to make this check, like, hey, is the changes, are they the same fingerprint? And so if it is, and we know that it's runtime compatible, sorry, build time compatible, which means you could swap the runtime. And for us, we've been using React Native for almost 10 years. For us, that's still 95% of our changes, having a lot of native modules and native code are still runtime compatible, swappable over the updates. So this downloads a change, applies in seconds, and in the dog fooding app, you can swap the bundles and go through any changes whenever you'd like. So using Expo Updates SDK for that and some internal hosting for this solution to be deeply integrated into our development process. Let's say it does not match the fingerprint. So what will happen is the app will sideload the full native build. It'll reuse the same infrastructure that we use for debug builds, but also now for full simulator and full app builds that you can install on your phone. So what this will do is it'll sideload it from the app cache, it'll pull the native binary, install it on your phone, and then apply the over-the-air update for the channel and the changes you want to check out. And so the way that you can do this is there's a program, a second account to your regular Apple account called Apple Enterprise, which is a separate account that you need to apply for with Apple that allows you to create universally distributed apps. This means that they aren't being distributed through the App Store or TestFlight. There are some constraints there and rules you need to follow. So if you want to chat about that, let me know. And with Android, you can just sideload with APKs. At some point, Android, Google seems to be making things a little bit more difficult. I think they are bringing code signing soon, but for now you can still just kind of APK sideload it, and it just works. So that's for the distribution, yeah, I did a talk going a little bit deeper into this if you want to check that out on YouTube. And so the third one is around validation, and there's kind of this question around behavior and intent. So with visual changes, I think we're quickly seeing this, all these different tools. It's really a little bit different to validate that the behavior is matching the intent. Maybe some backend changes or behavioral changes from an API, you can get pretty good confidence that unit tests or other integration tests can give you a good sense that things will work. However, when it comes to UI, you don't really get that. We quickly learned this when using agents to make changes where it's like, okay, implement a change that allows me to copy text, and then when you use it, the unit test passed, but it's copying the markdown, a bunch of other artifacts, or ask it to create a list. It creates a list, and they wrote unit tests for it, but only one of the items is tappable. So clearly there's a problem. And so to solve this, we built the infrastructure to leverage the existing infrastructure to automatically validate agent changes both in the loop while it's making changes and outside the loop afterwards. So basically how this works is an agent lands a change, thinking a cloud agent, and then we leverage the build cache for getting the machine warm with a build that we know we can probably run whatever changes you need to make on. So let's say you want to add some new button to a screen. We have a warm machine that has access to the build cache. The build spins up. It's running in, like right now the average is like under 30 seconds. And then we need to get an eligible user. So data generation, I think, it's very company specific. And I think it can very easily be a forgotten and really complex problem, but it's really important to get this piece in to test. So data generation, this is a step for us where we have a way to create or locate members so that we can give the agent the way to log in and go through the members' experiences that are applicable to you. I won't go too much into this, but some things that make this complicated is types of users, unauth, auth, server-driven UI, so on and so forth, as you can imagine. The next step is device tooling. So we talked about that a little bit. So Argent, agent device, and using these tools to interact and run our behavior intent matching to get that through. And so there's two really ways that we leverage this is one in the loop. So while you're making changes, so think locally on your machine working with an agent or in a cloud agent, or out of the loop. So an adversarial user acceptance test. I'm sure we've all had experience where your agent is very convinced that what it did is working and it's great. It's actually really helpful to have an agent that kind of challenges what you already did outside. So think of like a bug bot, but for like visual changes, and we'll generally do two things. One, post a video and screenshots of the changes. So if you have a change that goes up, you don't need to go to the PR, download it on your phone, take a screenshot, attach it. And also it'll tell you, hey, like based off of the ticket and the PR context, this is not matching the behavior that we talked about. And so, yeah, that's for the matching behavior and intent. And I can't stress this part enough. So let's check back on our bottlenecks. So we had builds, unnecessary builds. We axed those with build cache, distribution. We axed those with continuous deployment with the dog food build. And with the fingerprint of the build cache, we automatically, developers never need to manually trigger a build ever again. There's a CI job. It automatically detects fingerprint change. OK, I made you a native build. It's going to kick off. Any other branch is going to reuse that. And if it's just a JavaScript change, that's going to be available in seconds. And so for validation, instead of manually validating, checking out the work, you can have confidence that when you ask Cursor, Claude, or whatever internal tool, when you ask it to go make a change, that you're not going to be coming to something that's just far out in right field. So what's next? There's going to be something next. The bottleneck shifts. As we've done our internal DevX surveys, there's always something else that will be revealed. And so maybe I'll have a story for you next time to see what's next. But I'll talk a little bit about the impact that we've seen at Chime, which is really tangible. So for us, the savings in terms of just purely operational efficiency is just thousands of engineering hours on the magnitude of really saving over single engineer, full-time engineers, just bandwidth and time. And this time, well, maybe it's a few thousand hours, okay, that's great. But I think the stress of this time is it's saving and compressing the loop where you're able to have a quick feedback cycle. I think one of the huge competitive advantages with React Native, which we can all relate to, is how just great it is to have fast refresh. And I think bringing like as much fast refresh we can to our development cycle in the other areas is kind of a huge advantage as well. With this internal distributed self-updating app, we're able to get 62% of our dog fooders, so Chimers who are using our app, to be using a pre-release build. What this means is that we have less incidents, we catch things earlier, and we're able to really test the bleeding edge of our product, which is really great for our members and our Chimers culture as well. Compressing the loop, like I said, from oftentimes 21 or more minutes, depending on how builds are performing, to 90 seconds, and our PR cycles are down over 30%. Things are getting merged quicker, reviewed quicker, and it's really had a huge organizational impact. There's some things, like in the DevX server we want to call out. Testing on a real device is way quicker. Rarely, if ever, do I need to run a local build. Build cache and brand switching, huge time savers, dog food builds. I think the point is like sometimes I'm building less. Like if you just want to check out a change, it can happen so quickly from a cloud agent that it's really just saving a lot of time and helping you focus on what's important. And so the point of this is that this is infrastructure that compounds. We had our build cache, we had our distribution and validation, and the whole strategy is to progressively build and deliver value and to roll out your infrastructure in a way that provides value at each step. And this is, to us at least, the foundational critical infrastructure that enables us to develop at agent speed. And who knows what's next, but this is what we're going to build on top of. So your agents, they are ready to go. And I want to ask all you are you? There he is, ready, and they're there. The tools are there, the ecosystem's there, and whatever challenges come next, I can't wait to see this community, this space, Expo, Software Management, Callstack, all the folks build the solutions that will help us get to the next phase. So thank you so much. You can find me on the internet, on X. I'm also hiring for my team, so this is something you're really jazzed about. Reach out to me, and yeah, I really appreciate your time. Come to conferences. This stuff's amazing. Thank you.
Where's my guy? Where's my guy? Oh, there's not a chance, bro. You got to come up a little closer. I'm not going to make it. Such a polite young man. Look at him. Ain't stepping on nobody or nothing. Look at this. This I'll make. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Okay. Let me ask you a quick question to set this up. How many people are going to go see the new Spider-Man? Y'all, okay, cool. All right. No, I'm just asking. I'm really just gonna wait for it to come on TV. I'm kind of that point. Where are my older folks? Are y'all at that point now to just wait for it to come on TV? I can't, man. I can't fight the money in the crowd. I can't do it. Oh wait, I'm sorry. This is gonna be unique for y'all. Y'all wouldn't know about this, but let's assume you had a date, right? And that's two of y'all now, and them tickets what? $1,100? Then, somebody gonna want popcorn, water, oxygen, all of that gonna cost. I'll just wait for it to come on Netflix or some dude at the gas station. Y'all laughing, you know what I'm talking about. That dude at the gas station is selling them bootleg CDs that I would not say you should buy. To introduce this next guy is really cool because I've known him for a minute. He and I have been meeting up at these. The nicest guy. Don't get fooled. They say don't judge a book by its cover. And you're going to see this brother and you think, ooh, he's rough and tumble and whatever. The nicest dude ever. Okay? smarter than Gantt. That's not hard to do, but he is. And here's the other cool part. He just, for the first time, placed 5th place in a smallmouth / largemouth bass competition. That was his first time. Clap for that. One of the nicest and smartest people you will ever meet. And here's the most important. If we're going to rep your city, you think I rep New Orleans hard? Nobody reps their city like Chris Detroit DeMars.
Let's give it up for Ken. How about that? Mr. LaFrance, come here, Ken. Come out here. Come out here. Come out. Yes, well, I'm running the stage now. This is the man right here. Best MC. If you have an event, you're running an event, make sure you look up Mr. Ken LaFrance. Another one for Ken. Awesome. I got 10 minutes. We're going to make this kind of quick. I'm going to move back and forth a little bit here. I do have show notes for this talk. The slides are already up there. You can scan that QR code. I'm recording this video, so the talk will also be up once it's edited. You can go there, check it out if you want, some resources as well. Who has seen me give a conference talk before? Raise your hands. Thank you for coming back to see me. So the rest of you are all noobs. That's great. This is the title of the talk, Silent Execution, Defending Against Install Time Supply Chain Attacks. Let's see here. March 16th, 2026, 3 days after my birthday. Not only was I born and raised in Detroit, 313 is also my birthday, so it means a little bit more to me. So March 16th, 2026, we have 2 packages that were backdoored in a supply chain attack. And those 2 packages were React Native Country Select and React Native International Phone Numbers. Anybody using these right now in their projects? No? Oh, well, that's cool. That's awesome. That's fine. These 2 packages were backdoored in a supply chain attack that spread across combined 134,000 package downloads via NPM. Think about that. 134,000 a month. Keeping supply chain at the forefront of anything that we're doing. If you're installing anything via NPM, or if you're in the Python world or whatever, you are opening yourself up to risk. My name is Chris DeMars. Thanks again, Ken, for the introduction. I am a senior developer advocate at TuxCare. If you want to know more about TuxCare, I will be here today and tomorrow. I got some cool stickers upstairs. We can talk about that. You can catch me on Twitter. It's Sultan Burnham. You can catch me on Blue Sky, chrisdemars.net. Is everybody still on Twitter? It'll always be Twitter. It will never be X. So if you still call it X, thank you. If you still call it X, you got to stop that. This is also the official hashtag for the event. If you are doing anything on socials, LinkedIn. Anybody still on Mastodon? No, Blue Sky? Blue Sky's dope. Twitter. Yeah, the algo change made it totally different. So that's cool. So where did this all come from? This really all stemmed from an NPM install. How many times are you running an NPM install on the daily? Anytime you're building something, right? I mean, it can be multiple times. It could be 1 time. It could be 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. Your CI could be running it, who knows, right? But it all boiled down to an NPM install. And within that NPM install, we have these things called lifecycle scripts. Is everybody familiar with what a lifecycle script is? If you are, put your hand up. If not, that's totally cool. All right. Sweet, about half-ish. Cool, so we're all going to learn something today. There's a handful of different lifecycle scripts that are out there in the wild, one of them being pre-install. Pre-install works kind of like, hey, we're going to scan this system, we're going to scan this architecture, we're going to scan whatever, this environment, and we're going to see if you're a big player, if you're a banking system, right? If you have heavy-duty build servers, we're going to check that out. And if you have security on lockdown, what we're going to do is we're going to lay in the cut until that is kind of taken down, until someone's sleeping. And don't let them catch you sleeping. That's what a pre-install script is. Then we have post-install scripts. Now, what a post-install script is going to do is it is going to execute once that door has been unlocked, once the guard has been let down, then the malicious attack that may or may not be within that post-install script, usually an install.js file, is going to execute. And before you ever open your code editor, your system is compromised, and possibly all the other packages. If you're working in open source, and React Native is open source, this is supply chain security. You have to care about security. Who is working in security right now? Put your hand up. Okay. All of you should have had your hand up, for one. I've always done this, and it sort of works. I'm an old school web dev head. I've been writing code for 30 years. I put security under the UX umbrella because it does belong there as well. And the other two things that go under the UX umbrella are performance and accessibility. I have been known in past lives, I built a career around web accessibility and traveling and talking about that and making accessible experiences for people. Performance is part of that. Security is part of that. No one cares about security, performance, and accessibility until shit hits the fan. You got to care. You got to start thinking about these things from the start. If you were here back in 2023, I did a lightning talk on accessibility in React Native. You can always go back and check that out, but always care about these things. But once these scripts go, you're already compromised. And then there's a prepare install script where it's kind of like, hey, make sure all these things are in the right state of prep before anything is executed. So like make sure the TypeScript compiles into JavaScript before it hits the browser, blah, blah, blah. So those are the three, and there's like others out there, right? But all of this boils down to Glassworm. Now Glassworm sort of surfaced in 2025, right? And it all kind of came from a malicious pre-install script. And the pre-install script would run install.js. It waited 10 seconds, waited for the coast to be clear, and boom, it checked names, locale, etc. And then it released the malicious package that we had to deal with this year. It kind of started in 2025, and then it leaked into the front-end world via VS Code extensions, and then from there it went into NPM, the NPM ecosystem. Then it went into the PyPy ecosystem, Python's ecosystem, and then it went into the world of GitHub. So, why did your tools miss it? Who runs NPM audit or Yarn audit? Right? We're always doing that. It's kind of like Git status for me. I'm always running Git status. I always want to know where I'm at, what I'm doing, what's going on, what steps I took, what I did yesterday, what I did a week ago. Right? Always running NPM audit. When you install packages, NPM audit runs. We can think beyond NPM audit. NPM audit is behavioral. It's not reactional. So it's not going to catch like the latest and greatest package you already trust, right? So that might be why NPM audit didn't catch that. Now there's other tools out there, software composition analysis tools. Who loves Dependabot emails? We all do, right? It's annoying as shit. Delete. But you probably shouldn't do that. Please don't do that. Make sure you dig into Dependabot. Sneak makes another amazing open source tool. You can import projects, I think, from GitHub, GitLab, maybe Docker Hub, and it will run a security scan. It'll give you amazing readouts of the package JSON, what's in the files, the criticality level of the issues, how to fix them, where they lie, version numbers, et cetera, et cetera. So you can go past NPM audit, but that's probably why your tools missed it. And also, it was based on invisible Unicode. So if you were to look at a diff, you're not going to see anything, right? Because the code's essentially invisible at the end. This was a trust exploit, not a code quality exploit, because it was a legitimate package before it was attacked. It was a trusted package before it was attacked. Make sure that you take action. What do you mean take action, Cruz? This is what I mean. Come on, let's go. Oh, I think I might have went too far. There we go. Use PNPM. Is anybody using PNPM? Cool, awesome. Because what does it do? It ignores install scripts by default. Cool. You could use, if you're still using NPM, you can use npm install -- ignore scripts. You can do that. NPM 12 just released, where it ignores install scripts by default. You could sort of set yourself up with like npm 11.6 to kind of make the way for that change, but npm 12 does that. Make sure that your CI is configured properly. Make sure that your npmrc file is configured properly. You can put ignore scripts in your npmrc file, so you can do that. You can run it the command line. You can run it globally if you're on an older version. Or you just want to bypass all that BS and put it in your npmrc, you're good to go. Or you could use a tool like SecureChain, which is a product from us. It's like a dome of armor around the whole ecosystem. You can use anything out there that kind of provides that dome of armor around the whole entire ecosystem, specifically NPM, because that's what I advocate for. I want to leave you with a couple things. Audit today. Start using these tools. Start look at this tooling that's going to help you stay ahead of the game, to keep you abreast of CVEs that are out, common vulnerabilities and exposures. We don't need more supply chain attacks, right? We don't need more of that. This is a great quote that I'm going to leave you with from Endor Labs. Risk is risk. We build software. We ship software. Anything can happen. You can put in stuff today that's going to give you 0 vulnerabilities. Tomorrow there will be new vulnerabilities within that project, and it is your job to stay ahead of the game. This is the show notes QR code again. If you wanted to scan it, I'll give you like 3 seconds. And if not, like I said, I'll be here. You can just scan it off my machine. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, that's my time. If you want a cool card, come and find me. So thank you.
Nice.
Let's give it up again for Ken.
Okay, so you guys got a little homework, not a whole lot. Item 1, make sure. Where's my photographer dude? Is he outside already? Is he? Okay, because we want to get that picture done, and he wants it near the stairs. So we're going to do our break. It's a long break. It's like an hour. So you're going to go out to the stairs, and you're going to take the picture. But then all of those who sign up for Code Magic's giveaway, right after you finish the picture, they want you to head over to Code Magic, because they're going to spin the wheel of destiny and tell you who won. So those are your 2 assignments. All righty? No pushing, no shoving. Everybody be good. Don't go too far on the break. Let's get to that. Is that my boy in the back? All right. Is our photographer ready? Oh, cool. All right, you want to talk to him? Tell them what they want what you want them to do. Boss them around.
Okay, I need everyone to be on the staircase. If y'all cannot fit, like everyone cannot fit on the staircase, just go beside the staircase. Okay, does that sound good? Cool.
All righty. See you guys after the break. Have fun, take pictures, talk to each other. Here they come. Here they come. All righty. You guys ready for the leg, the final leg? Yes. Oh, I like that. Yes. We're going to let the people come on in. Oh, here they go. They're closing the door on them. That lets them know. They'll come in. They'll come in. Everybody had a good break? All right. Once again, we're going to remind you about this evening. So we're going to have kind of like a walking group that will go down to the Cambria, and then we'll walk to Expensify. Or if you've got your phone set up and you're like, I can do this, then you go straight to Expensify. Now, here's what I've heard. The name is Expensify. They bought too much food. The guy told Gant, make sure they show up hungry. All right? So make sure you get there ready to eat all these people's food. Once again, I ask, who's been to the Expensify building? Not many of you. If you've not been, it's ludicrous. It's an old bank, an old 1920s bank that they turned into an office, and it is just amazing. So eat all of their food. They set up these long tables with food, just greedy food. So make sure you show up ready to eat. Here they come in. There they are. All right, as we wrap up day one, I want to find out, good, they're not here yet. So let's find out, what has been your coolest thing? Sir in the white hat, what's been the coolest thing so far on day one? Yeah, I'm glad you understood it. That's good. All right, but you like that. All righty. You know what? My dude right there taking a sip of your cola. What's been the coolest thing so far? Stop, man. Stop. I already got 3 dates tonight. Stop. No, what have you learned? What have your techie learned? On a what? Vectored what? Oh, okay, vectors, okay, now I'm going to ask this, I got time. Are y'all talking vectors like I think vectors, or is this something vectors you think vectors? Wait, more than 3? How you draw that? Because we just do X, Y, Z, and we ready to go. It's like a cloud. Okay, that's y'all answer for everything. It could be anything, bro. It's like, baby, didn't you cook dinner? It's kind of like a cloud. Like, no, it's really. So it's not X, Y, Z, it's just. And okay, that I got. I got X, Y, Z in time. I'm just thrown away, just gone with that whole hundreds of dimensions. Look, if it makes sense to y'all, our brother thrilled. All right? So one other thing over here. What have you learned that made you happy? Yeah, that's cool. That what is it? Oh my God, who was our accessibility speaker? Let me tell you something. One thing I do love about y'all, I love the accessibility speakers because I think that's very important, and I love the fact that y'all are always thinking about it. All right, we got folks, and they'll come in. Are you guys ready for the next amazing speaker? All righty. So, Jay, what's up? Jay is cool, and he taught me a phrase I didn't know. So first of all, he is a photographer, and of course, he doesn't have a real camera. He uses a Sony. That's what he wrote. He said his favorite thing that he ever photographed was a breakdancing competition, but that's not the thing. He used the phrase, Jay said that he is a digital nomad. Do y'all know what that is? I didn't know what that was. For 15 years. And he said he just came from London. I'm sorry, a brother a little too bougie for that, because that means I can't have them 20 pair of shoes I got because you can't take them with you, right? Because anybody know a digital nomad? Anybody? Other than Jay? Y'all know somebody? How often do they change locations? Well, you know what? Jay may tell us, because this is a smart dude, he's cool, was really exciting to talk to. Ladies and gentlemen, bang your hands together for nobody. Oh, look at him, cooler than Jay.
Oh, hello everyone. So this is my third time at Chain React, and I'm really excited to be doing my first talk here. You might know me from Legend List, and I also make a state library called Legend State, which I think is actually much more impactful for making apps faster than lists are. So I'm here to talk about that today. I work at Margello, helping companies performance optimize their apps, and I help companies using Legend List get the best performance out of it. And let me tell you, I've seen some things. I spent years building the fastest list library to make apps faster. But a slow list is actually not the biggest performance problem in apps. It's state. Most of us don't even think about it. We use the built-in use state and use context. Then we just throw in a use callback and use memo and enable the compiler. And we assume that's the best we can do. But you just fundamentally can't get the best performance with the built-in state. The main reason that Legend List is fast is that it skips as much React work as possible. It never re-renders the outer list or the array of containers. It signals individual items to re-render themselves as they come onto screen. The key to building the fastest apps is to minimize the amount of work that React and React Native do. That means having smaller renders and rendering less often. UseState and useContext are just fundamentally incompatible with that goal. So the reason is useState both creates and subscribes to the state. So whenever the state changes, it re-renders where it was created. So if you have state at a high level, it has to pass it all the way down. And it re-renders every component all the way down. Compiler and memoizing can't actually save you here because the value is actually changing. So React has to do a ton of work re-rendering and reconciling everything. And this is just killing your performance. Context can be better in some cases because it doesn't have to pass down the tree. But instead of going deep, it goes wide. So every time the value changes, it re-renders every caller of useContext. And I've seen this just absolutely destroy app performance. If any value in a context changes, it re-renders everything, even if it's not used. So for example, use Windows dimensions re-renders constantly while you resize a window on an iPad or on a Mac app, and even if you don't use the window size. So in this example, we have a text element that's subscribing to the font scale, but it's also subscribing to window width and height. So it'll re-render every single text element in your app when you resize the window. So you can split that out into one concern per provider, but then you end up with this massive provider tree, and they still re-render too much. Thank you. So how much does this actually matter? How much of a big deal is this? People talk about re-rendering all the time. I talk about it all the time. But the React docs say to do this, so it must be fine, right? Well, I did a little benchmark based on a music app I'm making to see the impact of larger renders. So in the first one, it passes a timestamp down from the root 4 times a second. Or it owns the state in the medium-sized component in the middle of a tree. Or just a single text element leaf node updates itself. So this is a small difference, right? No, it's huge. So if you render at the root, it's 10 times slower in this test than rendering just the text itself. So in my adventures consulting on optimizing apps and list performance, I see this problem over and over. Like, it's just so often a huge problem. It's really easy to accidentally regress while you're fixing something else. Apps have huge trees of components that re-render for no real reason. And this is what makes app feel slow. I also use Flashlight to measure the CPU usage of FlatList versus FlashList versus Legend List. And the CPU difference is huge because Legend List tries really hard to not re-render. So it's a huge problem, seriously. But it's actually really easy to fix. Just use the state library. That's it. But I've worked with a ton of companies who say the built-in state is fine. They don't want to add a dependency. But you already use reanimated instead of animated because it's better. You dropped style sheet for Unistyles or Native Wind or Uniwind or something. If you still have a flat list in your app, talk to me after this. I hope you're not still using touchable opacity. But why are we still clinging on to the state? So seriously, please use the state library. They exist because they're better for performance. They have a better developer experience. They scale better. Just about any popular state library will be a huge win over use state and use context. But for the absolute best performance, you want fine-grained reactivity. So that means re-renders are targeted at the smallest possible leaf nodes to keep re-renders small and rare. So 2 examples here. In the lame way on the left, every message re-renders when the reply ID changes. It has to check whether the current message is the reply. But with the fine-grained selectors on the right, only one message re-renders because it's constrained into just the function check. But even this isn't fine-grained enough for me because the whole chat message has to re-render whenever the reply ID changes. And it's only changing whether one child component displays. So we can use Legend State to get real fine-grained reactivity. So we have this little memo component which runs the function in a tiny wrapper that makes it reactive. So when this message becomes the reply, all it does is just show the reply row and nothing else. It doesn't have to re-render anything. But this looks really weird. You don't usually see functions as children. It's not a normal pattern in React. Now, the way all this started was a few years ago. I couldn't figure out what was making my app Legend so slow, and I got mad. I was close to switching frameworks completely, but I dug into the problem, and I found what I'm sure many of you have found yourselves many times. It was just rendering more than I expected, and it was all because of a silly mistake. Every character I typed was updating a context value, which re-rendered every list item. Terrible. So I re-architected it with some weird, wild hacks, and I made it work, and everything was great. It turns out React Native is actually really fast if you do it right, but it's hard to do it right. So why do I have to do so much extra work to get the good performance? It's because React State is slow by default, and you have to opt into performance. You have to work hard to get good performance. So I scoured the docs, and I tried every state library I could find to try to make performance the default. I just couldn't find anything good enough for me. So I did the stupid thing, and I built my own state library, and I tried to make it as fast as possible. And I blacked out for a week. I literally have no memory of that week, but the Git history shows I tried 18 different approaches to this. I tried dozens of state libraries. I studied their source. I ran a bunch of benchmarks, trying to find the best possible solution with the best developer experience. And this was all before AI, so this was like typing code myself situation. So what I ended up with was a fundamental architecture change. So React's model depends on render to run effects, update dependency arrays, rerun hooks, pass down the state. So if we're going to reduce renders, we need to just change that whole model. So normally React render coordinates everything. But what if instead we let consumers update themselves so we can skip all the rendering? And thus Legend State was born. So we just need stable state objects that we can subscribe to. Some people call these signals. I call them observables. The key thing here is that useObservable does not subscribe to the state. It just creates it. And then any other component can subscribe to the value to it with useValue. So the observables can be primitives, or they can be large objects or stores, whatever you want. They're infinitely nested, so you can access any value anywhere inside any object. And you have observing contexts like observe and useValue that auto-track dependencies. So just get a value, and it'll auto-subscribe to it. There's no dependency arrays or any of that. And then setting a value is easy. Just call set or assign. There's even a callback version like useState has. And the callbacks can be stable because they don't depend on the local state in the function. There's no stale closures because they don't use the local state in the function. So effects can rerun automatically whenever an observable changes. We don't need to coordinate that through triggering a render. We don't need manual dependency arrays because the tracking is automatic. And Legend State has these components that can two-way bind to observables without going through a render. That looks weird, but this can be a big speed improvement for forms, for example, because nothing re-renders. The form doesn't re-render. Just the inputs just do tiny little re-renders as stuff changes. And it's just a lot less code and it's less cumbersome because you don't have the onChange callbacks everywhere. So we can also two-way bind to external data. So in this example, we can two-way bind to the brightness API in React Native. So you just define how it gets it and how it sets it, and then you just bind your UI to this brightness observable, and then it just auto-syncs it to the brightness. And so if we change the model to not rely on render, we can make components that only render once. So components can two-way bind to observables. You can use memo to extract the re-renders to tiny components that just return strings. There's also reactive props. So you can have a style reactive prop that recomputes itself. It never re-renders the parent to do that. So this kind of changes the whole concept of a component to be for just laying out the structure initially, and it never manages updates afterwards. So this is cool, but it's not magic. It's just the state library. And these optimizations are possible to get with React State, but it's hard. And it's possible with other state libraries, but it takes more thinking and more boilerplate. So let's look at how to do it in React and in other popular state libraries. So look at an example of a music app changing the active song. So all we need to do is change the background color on 2 tracks, the previous one and the new one. So with useState, we can't really optimize it very much. We can make this track row wrapper component that checks if it's active, and then it passes down the Boolean of whether it's active, so that memoizes better. So then only 2 track rows re-render. So it's a good optimization to re-render that full track row for only the 2 that changed, but it still re-renders the whole track list array and every wrapper component. And it's just really cumbersome. And so with context, it still needs that wrapper component to check if it's active, but it doesn't pass the state all the way down. It does still have to render those wrappers, which sucks. But at least it's not the whole tree between the state and the track. But the problem is state and context just aren't enough to really optimize a complex app. You're going to do a lot of weird stuff to make that happen. So to avoid all these weird wrappers and reduce the render work, we need an external store. And some teams are so resistant to a state library that they'll build their own stores on top of usync external store. Please do not do this. It's a ton of boilerplate. You'll keep adding features to it until you end up building your own state library. I've done that. It's hard. I don't recommend it. So just use the state library. But this does finally achieve what we want. We don't need a wrapper anymore. Track row only re-renders when its active state changes, so only 2 tracks re-render. So let's look at some popular state libraries. So the Redux version will get a bit long, but its useSelector makes only the affected rows re-render, which is what we want. But one downside is that every useSelector will be run when anything changes anywhere in the store. So if you have a big store, a lot of selectors, that'll run a lot, but at least it doesn't re-render everything. So that's good. Zustand gets shorter, and it also re-renders only the effective rows with its selector hook. But similar to Redux, every selector hook reruns for every change within the store. But you can have multiple stores, so that can be reduced. With Jotai, we can stack atoms and atom families, I love that name, to make a selector to re-render only the affected rows. It's a bit verbose, but it is efficient. With MobX, we can use a computed and get its value immediately to make an isActive selector. Unfortunately, it uses this observer wrapper, which makes it incompatible with React compiler. And with Legend State, we can just pass a selector function to use value, and then that just makes it all very easy. And this is what I mean when I say fast by default, because the efficient way of doing it is the most obvious and easy way to do it within Legend State, because the easy path should be the fast path. But Legend State also lets us go even more fine-grained in a way that isn't possible with other libraries. So we can use a reactive style prop, so the track row actually never re-renders at all. It's just only a tiny little wrapper updates a style when the active track ID changes. So this is super high performance. And it's possible to build a system like this with regular state hooks or other state libraries, but you're going to do a lot of weird, complex stuff, but it gets really messy. You'll have a ton of weird wrapper components, and you'll have to optimize every little thing individually. So that's the goal of Legend State, is to make it fast by default and very easy to make it even faster. The other goal is to make it easier to reason about. Normally in React, the cause-effect relationship is not clear. You change some state, and then sometime later, it'll render, and then sometime later, an effect will trigger, and it'll run the effect. So coordinating everything through render is just really confusing. So instead, we run the observe effects when state changes. We don't need to actually go through that render. So we have a clear relationship, a clear cause-effect. State triggers render, state triggers effects. But that was only the second of the 3 goals of Legend State. The third one is, it comes from an interesting property of having these deeply nested changes. So onChange gets more information than just that it changed. We also know the path of the child within the object that changed and the current and previous values. So it uses that for performance to only notify the nodes that are affected by the change. And it can also, so it skips notifying other nodes around. But it's also enough information to build some really cool features on top of. Since we know at each change the previous and next value, we can have an undo redo system on top of it pretty easily. This feature was actually built by Jamin at Infinite Red, so I appreciate you wherever you are. And we can track changes in the observable and save to persistence whenever anything changes. That's actually pretty easy. But what's really cool is that it knows exactly what changed and how, so we can build a full offline first sync engine on top of this. So you can define in the state how it should sync itself. We don't have to set up any queries or mutations or optimistic updates or any of that. You just get the value and it downloads, you set the value and it saves itself. And even cooler, it can cache save changes offline and it'll sync them whenever it can. It can do a partial sync if you have an updated timestamp to save on bandwidth. It's a full local first sync engine that works with any backend you want. But that's a whole other talk. It's a very big subject. So all you have to do is set state. That triggers rendering, it triggers side effects, it triggers sync. It doesn't have to run through render to do any of that. And skipping render makes it fast. It skips a ton of work, and it does only what's absolutely needed. And I believe that the queries and mutations just should not belong in UI components. The UI just interacts with the state, and the state syncs itself. And now we can remove all the confusing hooks. We've replaced useState with useObservable. So now we don't need useEffect anymore, because useObserveEffect can observe without a render. And most importantly, we can remove the depths arrays so we don't make mistakes that destroy our performance, and so that callbacks are stable. Did we just lose the screen? Okay. So they don't make memoized child components re-render. So you can use Legend State like a regular state library, where useValue triggers re-renders. Or you can use this weird render once style, where components only render one time. This is a super high performance architecture that's very different from normal React. It may look alien and very scary. So Legend State is flexible to how you want to use it. You can do hot path components like this, and regular components the normal way, whatever you want. But the point is that it's really easy to opt in to extra high performance without thinking about it. And that's why Legend State is fast by default. So check it out at legendstate.com. I had planned to release 3.0 right now, but my plane from London had no Wi-Fi. So 3.0 beta is very stable. It's been used in many apps in production. So use it for all the latest features. 3.0 stable should come next week once I finished a few last things. So thank you for listening to all my rambling, and I'll see you out there.
Give it up, give it up, give it up. Hey, crumbs. Brother was chilling in the back, I ain't gonna lie. I was eating a Danish, just chilling. And I looked up on the monitor, and my boy said, and thank you. Grab! Make it back, I was chilling in the green room. Let's see, my boy's getting set up. All right, so did anybody have to call code of conduct? Please say no. No, good, all right. Perfect day. We want the same thing tomorrow. Be kind, be sweet to each other. Now I have to do my PSA. We're gonna go to Expensify. We are going to then, after you're done, You're going to go back to your rooms and go to sleep. I don't want you in them streets all night. I'm not saying nobody in particular, but I don't want you roaming the streets of Portland. Who's in charge in this group? Who's in charge? I notice ain't nobody point to the brother. You are not in charge? Are you in charge? Huh? You don't want nothing to do with it. Who that? Or now you want to go over there. No, look, bro, go home. Go to your room, watch, I think Paw Patrol is on. You watch that. I'm about to, ooh, Paw Patrol, hold on. That's what you're going to watch? No streets, right? Nothing. You got a business to run. I don't want to hear about you all up and down whatever naughty street is. We got Bourbon Street. Is there a Bourbon Street in Portland? Is there like a street where all the fun happens? What is it called? Williams? Damn, that don't sound too. Williams Street? That's the bad street. Right, I'm serious. So Williams, so no Williams. I don't want none of y'all. You good. You take him immediately. You make sure Who's with him? You be here by yourself, bro? You need a buddy system for him because he's going to be in the middle of Williams, whatever's happening in Williams. You can get ice cream. You can get ice cream and maybe some cookies. You can get that. But then go home. Say, bro, where Williams at? I'm not that I'm going. Is it around here or something? Okay, girl, stop. That's my 5th date. Man, I'm on a roll. Woo, go Portland. All righty. Are y'all ready for the next speaker? Exciting. Let me tell you why. Because this young person is another one of our runners, athletes. He's done a half marathon. Isn't that exciting? And once again, reminds me of how broke I am. Because what do? I like to snowboard. Can't afford that. But he wanted to add, guess where he snowboarded? I want somebody to tell me the most ridiculous place to snowboard. What? The freaking Alps. I can't even spell it. So he went and he snowboarded in the Alps, but this is something cool. He just started doing watercolor, painting. Encourage him. He showed us one. He getting there. It looked like a bird. What bird was it, bro? Okay. It was supposed to be a swift. We noticed it ain't had no legs. He didn't draw the legs on the swift. That's all right, though. But he's excited about it. I'm sure he's a much, much, much better programmer than a painter. I'm joking. His piece was actually really cute. Encourage him on that. Ask him about him. And if you get a card from him, you got your cards? Yeah. All right. When y'all get out there, the only way you can get a card is if you ask him to see the painting of the Swift. Deal? All right, ladies and gentlemen, a really cool person, really nice, playing around on the Alps. Make noise for Mr. Casper!
So I believe that today it's even more important than ever to give people something they can feel, something they can experience. This could be your key differentiation between your competition and the AI slop we see now everywhere. So keep attention to details. And we as developers, as designers, have ways to bring life into our products. We often use animations, gestures, we use sometimes sounds, and we use haptics. And I think that we underuse haptics in our mobile apps. This is what I think. So let's start with some democracy. I love democracy. We have democracy in Poland for only 30 years, but in the US, it's more used, let's say. Can you do one clap for me if you have a strong opinion on haptics? Either you love or hate haptics. Can you do this? OK, I didn't expect that. OK, that breaks my, OK. Wow, OK. Let's do I don't care about haptics. Clap. Only that, OK, so I just can get off the stage then. You also love. OK, the last one was, I think haptics are pretty OK. OK, good. I can work with that. Yeah. I want people to change their opinion from hate to not care, from not care to love. But yeah, OK, I can work with that. So I'm Casper, again. I'm a developer advocate at Software Mention. Day-to-day, I work mostly closely with Argent's team at Software Mention. It does an agentic toolkit for mobile apps. But today, as you can guess by now, hi, I'll be talking about haptics. So let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the basics with the why and how. And then we go through some examples, best practices, and so on. So yeah, the basics. What are haptics? Haptics is a way of recreating sense of touch using vibrations. Because currently, most of the time, we interact with just screens. It's a pane of glass. It doesn't have a texture. So we use something else. We use vibrations to add some texture to the products we use now. And the best example of this is actually, I would say, trackpad on a MacBook, which it blew my mind when I figured this out. This is not clickable. It's flat. It doesn't go down. It's recreated using haptics. It's really, really good, really well made. And I think some hardware companies, Apple and others, would agree that haptics are important. Because look at this. This is huge. It takes so much space. Why wouldn't you put a bigger battery inside, and instead you put a big, big haptic engine? It has to be big because it has to have some mass. Well, by design, it has to move the phone in your hands, right? And the phone has, I don't know, 200 grams. Oh, Freedom units. I have no idea how many is that ounces, but it has some weight, and it has to counterweight the weight of the phone, right? Even worse, look at Apple Watch. This thing is huge. Why wouldn't you put a bigger battery if haptics weren't important, right? They even put it, call me an Apple fanboy, they even put it in pencil. Wow. Doesn't make sense. Or maybe it does. So how it works. Most haptic engines in current phones, this is a coil, copper wire, and some magnets, 2 springs on the left and the right, and you put current through it. And with this current, you can steer very precisely how haptics work on the phone. It's really precise, really good, has to have some weight. I've explained it later, previously. So this is how it works. Not rocket science, but pretty cool nonetheless. But this is quite expensive. If you're building a phone for $100, you will put a better camera in it, better screen, or better battery. Probably no place to give a big chunk of metal inside to just vibrate, right? So instead of putting a $5 haptic motor inside, you do something different. You do it cheaper. There's an engine with some weight attached to it, and it spins. Okay? It's worse. It takes some time to spin the weight. The experience is just worse, but it's cheaper to produce. So both Apple and Google have some guidelines of how we should create our haptics, how we should add haptics in your apps. And they both distill to basically the same. I would say they say you should just prefer and stick to system patterns. The users know them. The users are familiar with them. The operating system has them already baked in. People know them. Just use those, a couple of patterns available in the system. Other guidelines there is, make sense, be consistent. Do not confuse your users. If a haptic has a meaning that something is a success, then use it as a success button or whatever, and do not mix and match them. So the same kind of haptic for the same kind of event makes a lot of sense. I fully agree. The other one is use sparingly. Do not overuse haptics. This will get people to turn off haptics completely if your app overuses them. So, like it said, reserve feedback for moments that matter. So you mostly not use haptics for every button in the app. You would reserve that for specific big moments like a purchase, maybe, or a success screen after a lesson, right? So these are the places. Next one, match strength to importance. So if you have, for example, a slider that ticks, right, or a scroll view, do not use heavy haptics. Use a lighter version. Subtle feedback to frequent actions, stronger feedback for very significant ones. Exactly like that. Makes a lot of sense. And these guidelines from Apple and Google distill to basically this slide. The mostly frequently used haptics library in React Native, I would say it's Expo Haptics. It's like the default in Expo SDK. And these are the built-in patterns inside of it. These patterns are actually taken from iOS, and they are recreated on Android for cross-platform consistency. So the names are pretty good, right? It says light, medium, heavy. The medium is the default. And we have a variant of soft, which is longer light. And we have rigid, which is shorter heavy. Pretty simple. Soft, light, medium, heavy, rigid. There's also notification feedback patterns. There are three of them. Also taken from iOS, recreated on Android. So they're not Android specific. Success, which goes up, warning, error. You get the idea. Do not mix and match them if there is a use for success, use success, for error, use errors. That's simple. Android ones, it's a mess. I mostly stick, it's not that confusing, but there's a lot of them, and meaning a lot of different stuff. I mostly use the ones provided, taken from iOS, and use them on Android as well. This is the official pre-built system patterns coming on Android. Have it? Yeah, good. Expo Haptics does not allow to build custom haptic patterns, but it is possible. On that, I'll talk in the next slides. But we have two types of custom like building blocks for haptics. They're discrete, like short bursts, and they're continuous, like a steel ball rolling on the table kind of stuff, like this. And you can mix and match them. The currently haptic models can do both at the same time, kinda, and it works really well. Yeah, haptics. Let's talk about the business, and by business I mean research. There is one research paper worth sharing with you guys. It's very up to date. It's from February 2026, and it is relevant, current, pretty good, I would say. And in this study, they created. Study had a couple of parts. In first part of the study, they did a survey with 1,000 people on Android phones, and they tried to figure out a way which haptic is the most rewardful, I don't know, unpleasant, punishing, or arousal. And yeah, They found that 400 milliseconds haptic is the most reward. No, I can't. No, sorry, no way. It's the best. Let's do it. Something like that. So, but this was a lab experiment. You just ask people, give them phone, and hey, how does it feel to you? This doesn't really relevant to us. It's not real world usage. But they found 400 milliseconds is the sweet spot. Okay. But at the end of the study, they conducted a real experiment on a real shopping app, a store chain in Europe. And they found out that they A/B tested a 400 millisecond vibration on top of the Add to Cart button, and they found out that it increased the items per order 2.7%. Not huge, not bad, that's an increase, good. And that increased net sales per order by 1.6%. If you sell millions of items, that can add up positively, right? Side note, the study was for around 7,000 people. So I know that some of you do A/B testing for millions of users. So this is not that big, but statistically significant. This is the best study, the best data that I have, and online available. Good. It says something. Let's go to the real world. When doing research for this presentation, I tried a bunch of apps and a lot of them. But let's start with just a plain flashlight. Can I ask you to take the phones out of your pockets and try out this interaction? Just how does it feel? Does it feel good? Feels like a concert now. Nice. It has some haptic, right? It's good, yeah. The other one, camera shutter, and the haptic on the bottom stuff also has some haptics. It's lighter ones, right? Pretty good, yeah. Last one, if you own an iPhone, and you probably do, try Compass. This one is so good, actually. Related to gestures of the sensors of the device. Very, very satisfying. Try it out if you can. I'll give you 2-3 more seconds. Really good, really satisfying. There's a haptic when the needle touches the whole number. Yeah, okay. Very satisfying. There are lots and lots of apps that don't have any haptics at all. I would assume that at least the games, the Crash Royale or Geometry Dash, it would make sense to put haptics during the gameplay. It doesn't. Even from Google ones, Gmail, Google Keep, none of them have any haptics, like pretty much at all. And got me thinking, why? Why didn't they put haptics? And I have a theory. I have a theory that the closer something is to hardware, the more people care about haptics. If you have a camera or a measure app or magnifier, you have to test it on hardware, right? So you have the phone in your hand. And on the other side, the more web apps kind of are, like Calendar, it could be a web app, right? They test on simulator, right, when building this. They don't care about us loving haptics. I know it, but I just can't prove it. Just can't prove it. Yeah. So I've tested a lot of apps, and it distilled in my brain into some pro tips for you guys. The first one is it's best to use native components. You can just use, I don't know, Expo UI. It has very well-made, provided by the operating system, haptics made for you, like date pickers or toggles or lists. It all have very well-made haptics. So if you use native components, you don't have to think about it. It's provided by you, for you, sorry. So this is good. Use that, you'll be fine. What surprised me is that there's no bottom tabs, but bottom tabs navigators don't have any haptics at all in any apps. I don't know why, but this is the truth. So another pro tip that I've seen, another use of haptics in the real world, is to use haptics to confirm an action, and it just makes sense. So if you have, Yeah, interaction like this, okay. In Revolut, when you exchange money, it has a confirmation that, yes, something happened. Actually, you did exchange money. Another one, in any social media app, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, you name it, when you like a post, there is a haptic. No other button in the app, okay, maybe besides the bookmarks or down the dislike one, have haptics. Other than that, no haptics at all in the whole YouTube app. Maybe pull to refresh has haptics because it's a system component. Last from here, when you download an app, strong haptic pattern, really good, really satisfying. Probably because you pay for the app in many cases, so it just makes sense. It's confirmation, yes, it will be downloaded in just a second. Good use of haptics. Another one, use haptics to draw attention. So this is the original use of haptics in the world. Notifications. They have haptics. Hey, wake up. Hey, look at the phone. It has a vibration. Another one, literally, hey, wake up, is the alarm on your phone. Very strong pattern, very noticeable. Haptics. I did gamble for this presentation for a while. No, don't do this. But it surprised me. I was thinking that like gambling apps would have a lot of haptics to create an addiction. Actually, no. The only haptic in poker was, it's your time on the table. Hey, wake up, it's your turn. There were no haptics during slot machines or anything like that. Crazy, but it's true. A bonus points. Not many people know this, but in Google Maps, when you turn off the screen, it has a haptic that goes 2 times for left and 1 time to the right. It has a haptic pattern like that when you walk with your phone. And this could get confusing because when you get a message from someone during that time, it will get all bad. But it's interesting. It's not documented anywhere. I've looked, but that's pretty cool. 2 times to the left, 1 to the right. Nice. Nice use of haptics. And I don't know, I think last but not least from the tips, use haptics to delight users. Some apps go way and beyond with this, like Candy Crush Saga, so satisfying. The custom haptics pattern, they stagger one after the other, very good, very satisfying. And they also do haptics on some of the buttons, like play or you won, whatever. They use haptics really well. And another one, Duolingo, oh my God. They went way and beyond. They use haptics on every interaction, custom here, 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 and there. Really good, probably over the board a little bit, but you need to try it at least once. Very, very good use of custom haptic patterns. And with that, I came to the conclusion that adding haptics won't make your app good if your app is bad, but it can make great apps perfect. And if you want to build great apps like me, segue, we've built a haptics library that fills in the gaps of Expo Haptics. Expo Haptics is fine for like 80 to 90% of the cases, and we've built Pulsar to fill in the gaps for that. Thank you. Nice. So Pulsar is a set of 150 plus haptic presets for you guys to choose. It's free and it's open source, as we usually do. It's cross-platform for not only React Native, also Swift UI, Flutter, and other. But yeah, we're talking React Native here. We figured a way to recreate haptics with sound. So you can test and see haptics before you use them on a real device. Really cool that it works. We have a mobile app, so you can test haptic presets when downloading from App Store and Play Store, play around with them, build some custom ones on the playground. It's good. It's nice. One additional nice feature of Pulsar is that it's fast. And by fast, I mean you can do the presets, the haptics, from the UI thread. So for example, you can build gesture-based haptics coming from Gesture Handler or Reanimated, and straight from the UI thread. With Expo Haptics, you would have to wrap it with run on JS or schedule on RN to make it work. Here, you just do it from the UI thread. Really good, really fast. Also, obviously, you can build custom haptic patterns, and in Pulsar, that's the API. And no one codes anymore, so just ask Claude or GPT, whatever. It can figure it out. Discrete patterns, as I said, continuous patterns, and you set amplitude, frequency, and just run it. Works out of the box. It works better on iOS, but we try to mimic this as close as possible on Android as well. Okay? And we are building something called Haptics Studio. So we can build haptics visually in this kind of editor. I think it's pretty cool. It has some superpowers, like here you can try to use, a physical device to test it immediately with the Pulsar app. And for power users, you can match automatically haptics to sounds. Ta-da! Pulsar Studio is not ready yet, but you can join the waitlist now if you're interested, and if you like haptics like I do. I'll give you a couple seconds to scan the QR code. I have some more time. I can drag it out. Yeah. OK. OK, I see the phones. Good, 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 good. OK, I think we can go to the next one. My name is Casper still. I work at Software Mansion. We are a software agency. We're doing React Native, but also multimedia streaming, Rust. We do a lot of stuff. We do front end. We do back end. You can hire us, Software Mansion, and thank you.
Great job, man. We loved it. Good job. Sounded cool. Was he playing music or making sounds or something? Is that what he was doing? So this whole thing was how to, was he beatboxing? I'm not sure. What was it? What was it? What was happening, bro? What was he doing? I'm sorry? Mm-hmm. Okay. Did he show you how to do it? Oh, that's the thing. Okay, now I got you. So you could do that and make your phone go weebity wobbity woobity, right? Oh man, you all you had to do was say it was a weebity wobbity woobity lesson. That's all you had to say. No, you gotta use the phone. It vibrates. You probably have an Android, don't you? You got an Android, don't you? What is that? Yeah, I don't know about you, man. I'm about to kick you off the team, man. Got an attitude. But you're all right. That's all right. Okay, thank you for the weebity wobbity woobity. So can you do it? Yeah, can you do it? Okay, are you proficient at it? Who hired him? What? Does he work with you, brother? He works with you? Same company? He ain't higher up than you, is he? Damn, this company in trouble. Hold on. Is this your lead programmer? This right here. We see that, bro. We see it. Looks like it's on William Street right now. So what is your expertise, though? What are you really good at? I was talking to the slow one. What is your expertise? Why do you keep doing the up inflection like I'm the one with the problem? Look, no, you build apps? Yes. All right, good. And you're good at it? Yeah, I would like to think so. Okay, good. What, damn, bro. You must be from Atlanta. That's a lot of attitude. Where you from? New Jersey. Oh, Lord. New York stepbrother. Why are you doing this? What part of Jersey, though? North Jersey. Oh, okay. All right. I need to stop messing with you then. You from North Jersey? And you're my friend. All right? We cool until I get back on the plane and get back to New Orleans. I'm just north through. Where are you from, sir? See, I can mess with him because he's a Cowboys fan and they ain't beat nobody, so I ain't worrying about that. And you know what I'm saying there, bro? I grew up being a Cowboys fan. But I'm talking about old. I'm talking about Roger Staubach. I'm talking about, way back, Bob Lilly. But are you a fan still? A little bit, yeah. Did you jump ship? No, I did. What's that thing you call? Grow up? And football means nothing to me. No, bro. I mean, I don't. I just don't care. It's rough out here for a brother. I'm struggling to get kids to read and write, and touchdown don't mean nothing to me. But I like you. You hanging with them though, right? Yeah. Dak gonna be back? Oh. Well, bro, they're still hanging out with the Falcons, so you need to go ahead on and hang with them. Now, she is one of my favorites. I'm going to tell you why at the end, why this young lady is one of my favorites. First of all, she's from Estonia, and she's very excited to say that she's technically older than Estonia, but not really. Like they had a thing, and it was Estonia, and then they lost it, but then they got it back. So she's older than the new Estonia. Did I say that right? Yeah. Oh, I'm good at this. She lives in the UK now, and I asked her favorite thing about the UK. She said roundabouts. She actually likes those. They agree with you. Make noise if you like roundabouts. But here's why she's my new favorite. Guess what city she went to and loved it? New Orleans, the city of Louisiana. Was that you, Jersey? All right. Now, the city of New Orleans, she went there, had a great time, remembered eating a shrimp po' boy, and loved it. Good. That means she's my favorite. Now, all righty. Ladies and gentlemen, please make all kind of noise and learn a whole bunch from the awesome Miss Cady!
Our vision at Expo has actually stayed pretty consistent over the years, and it is to make building mobile apps accessible and possible and reachable and achievable for everyone, but make it especially delightful for developers. In practice, this means that often we have been very much influenced and inspired by solutions and capabilities that come from the web. Because React Native is so accessible to web developers, when folks come over from the web, they often bring their favorite tools and ideas and expectations from web dev, and we find ourselves trying to use these tried and tested web solutions on native. And they kind of work. But what we are seeing time and time again, now that React Native is over 10 years old, is that tailor-made solutions, specifically for the mobile platform, and tailored for the unique capabilities and sometimes restrictions of React Native, fit a whole lot better. Over the years, many of the previously painful and complicated issues in React Native have come a long way. We now have excellent tailor-made tools for building, debugging, and deploying our apps. Some from us at Expo, others from the community, from Software Mansion, from CallStack, from Infinite Red, and others. So now we want to look at what happens to our apps after we ship them. Beyond the analytics, beyond crash reporting tools we already have that are often borrowed from the web, how can we make observability a tailor-made solution for React Native? Hi, my name is Cady Kraman. I'm a developer success engineer at Expo, and this talk is about how your app is actually doing in production. Now, this is a bit of a wish of mine. This is how I wish versioning worked in native. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the simplicity here. You deploy a version, everyone's using it. You deploy the next one, everyone's using it. Oh no, there's a bug, we have to roll back. Got it, everyone's on it. Unfortunately, it is time to wake up and face reality. There is no built-in way for app stores to prompt users to upgrade. Therefore, versioning for native apps looks a little more like this. It's a gradual adoption over time. with some users never migrating off your very first version 1 that you wish never reached the stores. And if you're using over-the-air updates, my goodness, as amazing they are, the complexity multiplies. And this is just an example with a few versions. In an app in active development with years of history, there would be hundreds. And here is a somewhat scary reality. The app that you are developing locally on your computer is not the same app that your users are using. This is not just about users not being on the latest version. The code itself is different because development tools are removed. The prod bundle is minified and optimized, and hopefully Hermes byte codified. It's a good thing, but it does mean that potentially it will change the outcome by observing it. And you also develop 1, hopefully 2 physical devices, but the variety of your users' devices could be hundreds. And also you have the best internet you or your employer can afford, and let's face it, we can afford quite a bit these days. Users' connection while using your app is less than ideal. And it's just the nature of mobile apps that they are used in a variety of network and battery and local settings. So what we want is to measure performance in real-world scenarios. We want to know what the users are seeing across their devices, across the crazy locations, situations, versions, and device settings. And this is where Observe comes in. Observe is our brand new open source library coupled with its namesake on EAS. And it is designed to help you capture, record, and make sense of real-world performance metrics and logs. And it's specifically for your apps in production. This is basically how Observe works. We have an open source library, it's called Expo Observe, and this is in charge of capturing and transmitting the metrics, events, and logs from your users' apps in production, and then sending it to our dedicated open telemetry collector. This endpoint is replaceable, but by default, we send the data to our EAS Observe collector, which we will then use to then store and help you analyze, contextualize, and act on this data. Here are the 3 simple steps to start using Observe. You install the library, you add the higher order component, you call Mark Interactive on all the main screens. Okay, should I just stop pretending that we're going to do this manually? I think we should. If you go to the Observe dashboard on EAS, there is a button there to copy a prompt to your AI agent that will do it for you. And it only takes a couple of minutes to set up, and after your rebuild, that's pretty much all you need, and you will start seeing data from your app. Let's talk about the startup metrics, which is the first thing you're going to capture. What do I mean by startup metrics? This is what we are talking about when we talk about how long it takes for your app to launch, the startup metrics. We're talking about when the user taps on the app icon to when they actually start interacting with it. So we have launch time, which is where the process is created and the memory is allocated. This is done entirely on the native side. Then we have the bundle load time, which is when you load JavaScript bytecode and evaluate it. And then these are the interesting ones. We have time to render, which is when the root React component is rendered. And this is usually when you, as a developer, this is where your code starts kicking in. And then this is the one that you should mostly be observing, which is time to interactive. And that is the time between the app is launched, so the native side has done its thing, to when the user can actually start interacting with the app. The reason this is so important is that, unbeknownst to us, often we do things that slow down this experience for users without realizing it. So, for example, if you delay hiding your splash screen because you want to, refresh auth tokens, fetch something from storage, maybe fetch an over-the-air update. All of this is the time that the user is staring at your app and not interacting with it. On a dashboard, you can see these startup metrics as charts over time, as medians, averages, min, max, etc. And you can see when a release and an update comes in. So these are marked as those little blue dots, meaning that you can now see how an individual build or update compares across the average or the median over time, but also compare multiple releases to see if a fix you pushed actually had a meaningful impact of the metric that you're tracking. Each event includes useful metadata about the app, especially the TTI metrics, time to interactive metrics, where we automatically include data about the device state, so whether they were on Wi-Fi, had any frozen frames, etc. And the TTI metric is the only one that you explicitly call as well. So if there's any metrics that you want to track within your app that we aren't automatically, you can add them to the track event, and they will show up as part of this event as well. Now, I showed you the startup metrics, which is from when the user taps on the app and starts using it. But hopefully your users are doing more in your apps than just opening it. So we're tracking metrics on the initial screen, but that might not be the problematic screen. That might not be where the performance bottleneck is. Especially in a very large app, it could be everywhere, or it could just be jumping there. Good news is, we also have tracking for per-screen metrics in Expo Router and React Navigation. This isn't enabled by default, but you can switch it on in the integration, and you have to call Mark Interactive on all the screens that didn't already have it. Okay, well, we're kidding. We're going to use AI for this, but one thing AI is actually really great at is making sure that you disable sending any params that include data that you don't want ingested. So if you are navigating to a screen and maybe adding users, name, email, whatever as params, you can explicitly disable these from being sent. So after a rebuild, you can see your time to interactive and time to render on all of your screens. Now, why is this useful? Well, it's finding outliers, right? So for example, in this navigation screen here, you can see that the checkout screen could use some investigation. Now, recall the app versioning I complained about earlier? We show a full view of how many users are on which version of your app, including builds and all the updates. We also have separate counts on users and installs. So installs means that a user has ever installed and opened the app. From a data point of view, it means that we have seen an event from them within the selected time frame. But then users means that the last event that we have of them is on this version, from which we can infer that they have moved off the previous version. This means that the installs tends to be a larger number than users, as users move off older versions. And you can use this to infer when it's time to move off of an older build or supporting an older build or an update, or see how your ES update is performing and how quickly are people moving off the embedded update. Okay, this is something a bit different. What do you think is one of the worst performance mistakes you could do that is the easiest to accidentally do on mobile? I think. Maybe you're thinking about lists or state, but I think Jay's got that covered, so don't worry about that. Okay, I'll give you a hint. It's to do with images. So you have an app where a user can upload their profile picture. That's pretty common. So you crop it into a nice, beautiful square, and you want to keep the quality pretty high, so it's still like 1,000 by 1,000 pixels. And now you want to render it as the user's profile image on the app. But the profile image is little, and it's just like a little circle. So you render it at the top of your app as like a 40 by 40 as an avatar. Is this a good idea? Not so much. It's actually incredibly bad for your app's performance, because the GPU has to actually store the full-sized image as a texture and then sample it down to your little 40 by 40 pixels. And this consumes a huge amount of graphics memory. You usually get away with a few images, but what if you do the same with many and have 10 or 100 or 1,000? I'll tell you what happens. Your app will eventually crash. If you have large enough and many enough images, it will even crash on the latest iPhones. But the question is, how can we possibly warn against this? Because checks in dev and QA are pretty much useless, especially if the image is being loaded from a remote source. The option is, of course, that you can set up tracking yourself and do it manually, but wouldn't it be great if we could just track it automatically? Well, we added Observe integration into Expo Image, which is fully opt-in, of course. So you could choose to get warned if you are rendering a highly oversized image. So you can choose here which oversized threshold you want to do, and if there is an image that's getting rendered into a place that is way too small for the image that's getting fetched, you can render a warning. In practice, this will look like this. You'll be able to see how many events get logged. You can see in the session timeline when this image got rendered, so you know which screen it was in. And also some information about the image, so the URL, the actual, and the expected size. We added this because it's useful, but also we wanted to battle test what third-party integrations to Observe could look like. And we think it works great, and we would welcome more of the same. I know there are several library authors in the room here, so if you looked at this image example and were like, oh, damn, I wish that I could warn my users about this common thing that happens that they get wrong, check this out. We've just published an experimental guide for third-party integrations, so we welcome any libraries, authors to give it a go and let us know how it goes, and give us any feedback, thoughts, yeah, help us make you successful. Any integration you build will be fully opt-in to all users. But obviously, we are busy people. We have things to do, places to be, prompts to write. So while our beautiful dashboard will always be there for you to browse at your leisure, we don't expect this to be the main way that you interact with this data. Instead, we want to boil this down to just the important bits. So by default, we will compare the latest 3 releases that you've done and just show you the metrics that you care about. Soon, you'll be able to choose any specific metrics you want to track. For example, the TTI on that pesky checkout screen. And then we'll just tell you whether this metric has significantly increased or decreased between versions, so you'll know whether to cheer or to start debugging. Oh, and you can do the comparison for both builds and updates, by the way. But coming back to the release comparison, there is a very glaring red box here indicating that the TTI has increased by over 10% on Android between the last 2 releases. So what you can do now is you click into it and look into the release metric metadata manually, or, well, for a more real-world scenario, we can ask our agent. So at this point, your AI agent is able to see which build was used or which update, which commit, and if it has access to your code, if you're running it locally or in your own CI, which packages, and from the observer side, metadata about the slowest events. And with all this information, there is a very good chance of figuring out the root cause automatically. You can also ask more open-ended questions about your app. So one thing that I find very useful if I use it on my own apps is just ask about who's using it. What are the lowest devices? What are the most active times people are using it? Where are your users from? Or you could try just looking into possible performance issues in an open-ended prompt. Here I use the prompt we actually suggest in the dashboard, which basically says, look at the last 2 weeks of data and suggest some avenues of exploration. And this will be non-deterministic by nature because it will depend on, well, your app and the users using it. But you might learn things about your users and the bottlenecks that you weren't aware of. All of this is made possible by the observer skills that are part of the Expo skill set. And if you're curious about how it actually works under the hood, we have built in all the queries to observe into the EAS CLI. So the Expo skills are basically instruction manuals for your AI on how best to use the EAS CLI commands to interact with your data and what the data means. So you can, of course, run the EAS CLI commands manually, but it's just easier with a skill. I want to also give you a sneak peek to some other things we're currently working on. The big one that everyone's been asking for is crash reporting, and we have... Oh dear. Thank you. Well, we have given in, as you can see. It is almost ready. We'll track fatal and non-fatal crashes and collect useful metadata. So we were hesitant because we are not looking to compete with someone like Sentry who just does crash reporting, but I think we can take a pretty good stab at crash reporting specifically for React Native, so you have everything under one roof. So this will allow us to show things like crash rate across versions and like trends of same kind of errors. The last thing we're still working on is proper stack traces. So I wanted to release this, but the SDK team is like, no, it needs to be perfect. Damn them. It is currently earmarked for SDK 58, but I'm hoping to sneak this into 57, so in the next couple of weeks. We're also going to be shipping alerting. So for all of the metrics that you saw on the overview page, you can sign up to be alerted from them. So you never have to look at the page at all, and you'll just see, based on your thresholds, something's wrong, I should probably look into it. In the future, in the world of agents, the idea would be that you get this message in an automated way, and you can even have your agent use the skill to try to figure out what happened and whether this is something that needs to be investigated. We are also looking at, so actually we have proof of concepts already for traces. So this is part of the OTel spec for tracing like requests, and then request timing, they are kind of tied together. So any request that you make, network requests and skills, you'll be able to see them in the session, like user session timeline. So that's the dream. That's more likely going to come in SDK 58. So ES Observe is currently still in public beta until August 20, and during this time it is free to use. So if you haven't tried it out yet, now is the time to do, and then give it a go and let us know how it goes. And then for any feedback, ideas, issues, praises, or just thoughts, please join our Observe channel on Discord and just let us know. Please feel free to tag me. I want to hear all about it. I am very, very, very excited for all of us to build the best observability system that's tailored for React Native. Thank you very much.
I leave for a minute, there's a rave going on? What the heck? All righty. Y'all, give it up for our final speaker. She was amazing. All righty, let's talk. Expensify. You can either go back to the hotel, and about 6:15 we'll have a walking group that goes back, or you can go straight there, or you can just put it in your phone, and it'll tell you how to get there. Reminder, they got a lot of food, so make sure you're ready to eat. It's a really beautiful building, as we said already. Notice, I don't see that street nowhere on here. I see Burnside and Couch and Harvey Milk and Washington and 9th. I don't see no Williams. So you go here, then you go home, all right? Everybody, and also, this is for truth. If you're traveling, don't travel by yourself. See, you got a partner. You go with a partner, or at least several partners. If you're going out at night and walk around, it's a beauty. If you go to the river or whatever, make sure there's more than one of you. I can take care of myself. No, I need y'all to team up. We want all of y'all back tomorrow, because otherwise I got to be rude to a whole new group of people, and that's just a lot of work, right? So we want to make sure y'all are good with that, but please remember, down there, meet fellow attendees and enjoy the walk together. Walking groups will depart at 6:15 from the hotel, or you can walk straight there. It's a 1920s bank, giant columns in front. Right? There's like two of them actually in that area, but it has Expensify written, all right? So what I want to do now, we're going to wrap this up with all kind of goodness. Number one, everybody had a good time today. Everybody learned something today. That's what I like. That's what I want to hear. What do you want? Oh my God, hold on, let me see. Bring your badges. Thank you so much, Chris, because they're going to have security there, right? And so you can't just, Chris your way in. I know the band. No, you don't. So make sure you have your badges. Everybody's wearing your lanyards, and you walk in, And they're going to be, well, this way, ma'am, this way, sir. And if I remember correctly, there is a DJ there. Yeah, there was pretty a DJ. Lots of food, soda pop. There might be alcoholic beverages, but some of us don't look old enough to be drinking. I didn't think so. I'm talking about him right there with the hat. That's what I figured, bruh. I don't want none of that. So be safe, but most of all, have fun. Where are my red shirts? Any red shirts left? Hey, you all right? Thank y'all. Make sure you thank the red shirts for today. Thank the venue, the tech crew. If you see them, they have black shirts. They're the tech crew from this building. Amazing. Thank you in the back, my brother. I assume I can't see the lights in my face. Thank you over there. Y'all did a great job. Everybody did amazing. We want to redo this tomorrow. New speakers, new rudeness. All right? And I'm telling you now, I got some olive green shoes. It's gonna be happening. I got you. No, I don't know about all that, but they're cute. All right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what? Oh, no. I just want y'all to all come back safe. You know that line. Oh, no, we know that. I'm still going to be rude to you. You know that line. Y'all ain't got to go home, but you got to get the heck up out of here. Let's go. See y'all at the party.